Hello there, my sleepy citizens. Tonight, we journey into the shadowed streets of Gotham City, where mysteries lurk and the Dark Knight stands vigilant against the forces of chaos. We bring you tales of Batman, uncovering different sides of the man behind the mask. And as our journey through these stories winds down, a calm ambience of Gotham's streets will carry you throughout the night, bringing you to restful sleep without interruptions from any ads. If you enjoy these tales, please be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and let me know in the comments what story you'd like to hear next. But for now, let's get cozy and step into the world of Gotham. Evening shadows stretched across Gotham City like spilled ink, the last golden rays of sunset catching on the gleaming glass facade of the Monarch Plaza. Gotham's newest architectural marvel, 6 stories of luxury retail space crowned with a magnificent geodesic glass dome. It stood as a symbol of the city's ongoing urban renewal. Tonight marked its grand opening celebration, with thousands of Gotham citizens exploring its marble corridors and high-end boutiques. From his vantage point atop the Wayne Enterprises building across the street, Batman observed the glittering spectacle with a mixture of pride and unease. The plaza represented hope for a district that had long been abandoned to decay, a tangible sign that parts of Gotham could rise from the ashes of neglect. Yet experience had taught him that such symbols inevitably attracted those who lived to tear down what others built. The comm unit in his cowl activated with a soft click. Batman. Alfred's voice carried its usual calm efficiency, but with an undercurrent of urgency that immediately heightened Batman's alertness. Go ahead, Alfred. I've intercepted a rather disturbing police dispatch. Reports of unusual activity in the maintenance levels of Monarch Plaza. Security cameras briefly captured individuals in maintenance uniforms, but with unusual facial features. Batman's gaze sharpened on the gleaming building. Unusual how? Permanent smiles, sir. Before the cameras were disabled, the words hung in the night air like a toxic mist. Batman didn't need elaboration. There was only one individual in Gotham who left that particular calling card. How long ago? 17 minutes. GCPD is responding, but cautiously. Commissioner Gordon specifically requested your assistance. Batman was already moving, the memory fabric of his cape catching the night air as he launched himself from the ledge. Alert me to any changes. I'm heading in now. Sir, Alfred's voice hesitated briefly. Initial reports suggest the plaza's ventilation system may have been compromised. As Batman glided toward the gleaming glass structure, the implications of Alfred's warning twisted like a knife. The Monarch Plaza's innovative central ventilation system had been highly publicized, a state-of-the-art network designed to maintain perfect atmospheric conditions throughout the massive complex. In the hands of the Joker, it would become a delivery system for nightmares. The service entrance was conspicuously unguarded, its security panel blinking an innocuous green despite the keycard reader being partially melted. Acid from the look of it. Batman slipped inside, the door closing behind him with a soft pneumatic hiss that seemed unnaturally loud in the empty concrete corridor. The service levels beneath Monarch Plaza formed a labyrinth of utility passages, storage areas, and mechanical rooms. Arteries and organs hidden beneath the gleaming skin of the shopping center. The lighting here was utilitarian, casting harsh shadows across exposed pipes and conduits. The air carried the sterile scent of new construction mixed with machine oil and the faint metallic tang of the massive air handlers that circulated atmosphere throughout the complex. Batman moved silently, every sense alert. 17 minutes was an eternity for someone like the Joker. more than enough time to set elaborate traps or position henchmen at strategic junctures. Yet the corridors remained eerily empty, increasing rather than alleviating his tension. The first sign of the Joker's presence came as Batman rounded a corner toward the main ventilation control room. A maintenance worker lay slumped against the wall, alive but unconscious, his face contorted in a grotesque rictus of a smile. Not the full effects of Joker toxin. This man had been given a milder dose, enough to incapacitate without killing. A warning, then, or a message. Batman knelt beside the man, checking his vitals, pulse rapid but steady. He administered a mild counteragent from his utility belt, not a full antidote, but enough to prevent the condition from worsening until proper medical help could arrive. As he straightened, his cowl's enhanced audio sensors picked up a sound that froze his blood. The soft, unmistakable chuckle of the Joker, emanating from the PA system speakers recessed in the ceiling. Well, well, well. The voice was silky with malevolent pleasure. If it isn't the guest of honor, right on cue. I was beginning to think I'd have to start the party without you, Batsy. Batman remained still, analyzing the sound. The Joker wasn't addressing him directly. This was a recorded message, triggered by a motion sensor or timer. I do hope you like what I've done with the place, the voice continued. It's been simply killing me to keep it all a surprise, but you know how I adore a grand unveiling. The lights in the corridor suddenly shifted, normal fluorescence replaced by purple and green hues that cast sickly patterns across the concrete walls. From hidden speakers, carnival music began to play. A cheerful melody, twisted into something unsettling by subtle dissonant notes. Tonight's entertainment is what I like to call a breath of fresh air for this stuffy shopping center. The ventilation system is simply to die for, don't you think? Such elegant engineering, such perfect circulation, such reach. The laughter that followed was like broken glass wrapped in velvet, sharp, dangerous, yet somehow seductive in its madness. You'll find my little presence scattered throughout the building's circulatory system. Think of them as party favors, set to go off in, a theatrical pause. 57 minutes? 56? Time flies when you're having fun. The recording ended with another burst of laughter that faded into the carnival music, which continued to play at a low volume, a constant reminder of the Joker's presence permeating the building. Batman's jaw tightened as he processed the information. The Joker had planted devices, most likely canisters of his laughing gas, throughout the ventilation system, set to release simultaneously. Given the plaza's design, the gas would reach every floor, every shop, every public space within minutes. Thousands of people would be exposed. He activated his comm. Alfred, Joker has compromised the ventilation system. Contact Gordon, full evacuation now. And I need the building schematics for Monarch Plaza's HVAC system. Uploading to your cowl display now, sir. Commissioner Gordon is already on site, coordinating with security. Evacuation has begun, but it's slow going. The crowds are substantial. The schematics materialized in Batman's heads-up display, a complex network of ducts, air handlers, and control nodes spread throughout the building like a cardiovascular system. The plaza's innovative design featured 4 main air circulation hubs, one in each quadrant, all connected to a central control system. How many access points to the ventilation system? Batman asked, already moving toward the main control room. 23 primary access points, sir. But given the Joker's reference to presence, he's likely placed devices at multiple locations. Then, I need to shut down the entire system. Batman rounded another corner and found himself facing the ventilation control room, its reinforced door standing open, light spilling into the corridor. An invitation, or a trap? Most likely both. The control room was a symphony of blinking lights and humming equipment, banks of monitors displaying readouts from various parts of the ventilation network. And, seated in the central operator's chair, spinning lazily from side to side, was a man in a maintenance uniform, with a crude clown mask covering his face. He stopped spinning when Batman appeared in the doorway, raising his hands in mock surrender. Whoa, big guy. The boss said you'd show up, but I didn't expect the full cape and scowl treatment so soon. Batman closed the distance in 3 swift strides, lifting the man by his collar. Where is he? The clown mask revealed nothing, but the voice behind it remained irritatingly calm. Now, that's not very friendly. The boss just wants to have a little fun with his new toys. Can't blame a guy for wanting to test out a fancy system like this, can you? Batman's grip tightened. The ventilation controls. Now. See? That's the thing. The henchman gestured vaguely toward the control panels with one hand. Boss said you'd try to shut it all down. That's why he had us rework the whole system. Those controls, they're not connected to anything anymore. A quick glance confirmed the man's claim. The panels had been opened, wires rerouted. This was no longer a functional control room. It was a decoy. The real controls are, well, all over, you could say. 4 control nodes, 4 of the boss's special friends keeping watch. And if any of the nodes go offline before the party starts... The mask tilted in what might have been a shrug. Boom, early release, full concentration, maximum party time. Batman released the man, his mind racing. The Joker had created a dead man switch system. If any of the 4 control nodes was shut down improperly, all the gas would release immediately. He needed to find and secure all 4 nodes simultaneously, or find another solution entirely. Oh, and the boss left you a little welcome message. The henchman reached into his pocket, producing a small purple envelope adorned with a green question mark. Said it would point you in the right direction. Batman cautiously took the envelope. Inside was a playing card. A Joker, naturally, with a riddle scrawled across it in the Joker's distinctive handwriting. What rises to the top but never gets wet? Find me where the cold air meets the hot and the hands of many point to one. Time's ticking, Batsy. Don't be late for our date. As Batman deciphered the clue, the henchman leaned back in his chair. Boss said to tell you, there's a rookie cop wandering around down here too. Stumbled in at the wrong time, poor guy. Might want to find him before he triggers something. Unfortunate. Batman's eyes narrowed behind his cowl. Another complication. Another innocent life at risk. And knowing the Joker, the officer's presence was no accident. He would be another piece in whatever twisted game was being played. Alfred, Batman spoke into his comm as he secured the henchman to a pipe with a zip tie. I need to locate a GCPD officer somewhere in the maintenance level, and I need to access the building's real ventilation controls. They've been rerouted. Working on it, sir. There appears to be unusual activity on the 3rd floor, northwest quadrant, near the central atrium. Security cameras briefly captured an officer before they went offline in that section. Batman processed the riddle again. What rises to the top but never gets wet? Air bubbles. Find me where cold air meets hot. An environmental control junction. And hands of many point to one. The clock tower, he realized aloud. Monarch Plaza featured a decorative clock tower above the central atrium, visible through the glass dome. The mechanical room behind it would house environmental controls for the atrium space, a perfect place to access the ventilation system. Sir, I'm receiving reports from Commissioner Gordon. The evacuation is proceeding, but there's a new complication. The Joker is broadcasting on the plaza's internal video system. As if on cue, the monitors in the control room flickered to life, each displaying the same image. The Joker's pallid face, crimson lips stretched in that eternal grin, green hair wild around his face like a toxic halo. "Good evening, shoppers," the Joker's voice boomed through the PA system, echoing through the maintenance corridors. "We interrupt your regularly scheduled consumerism to bring you a special announcement. Tonight's grand opening will feature an exclusive atmospheric experience I like to call Joker's Wild Air. Side effects may include uncontrollable laughter, facial paralysis, and in select cases, a permanent smile that just won't quit." Maniacal laughter followed, the sound bouncing off concrete walls and metal pipes like a physical presence. For those of you thinking of leaving early, I should mention that all exits are now being monitored by my associates. Anyone attempting to leave before the big finale will receive a personal dose of my special cologne. So sit back, relax, and prepare to die laughing. Our main event begins in exactly 52 minutes. The image switched to a countdown timer, large red digits ticking away against a purple background. Batman was already moving. "Alfred, tell Gordon to focus evacuation efforts on the service corridors. The main exits are likely watched or booby-trapped." "Understood, sir. And may I suggest using the building's fire suppression system? If activated throughout the building, it might help dilute any gas that's released." "Good thinking, but first I need to find that officer." Batman made his way through the service corridors, following the path toward the northwest quadrant. The carnival music continued to play through hidden speakers, occasionally interrupted by the Joker's recorded laughter or ominous announcements counting down the time remaining. The atmosphere grew more surreal as he progressed. Walls that had been pristine now bore spray-painted graffiti, grinning faces, manic phrases, Joker playing cards affixed with adhesive. The Joker was marking his territory, transforming the sterile maintenance areas into extensions of his twisted psyche. As Batman approached a junction of corridors, his cowl's enhanced hearing picked up a sound different from the ambient hum of machinery. Ragged breathing, the shuffle of movement. Someone trying very hard to remain quiet and failing. "I know you're there," Batman said, his voice low but carrying in the concrete hallway. "I'm not one of them." A moment of silence. Then a young man in a GCPD uniform emerged from behind an electrical panel, service pistol raised. His face was slick with sweat, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and determination. The name badge on his uniform read, Officer M. Riordan. "Batman." Relief washed over the young officer's features. "Thank God. I thought you might be another one of those clown freaks." "Officer Riordan, report." The rookie lowered his weapon, composure returning now that he wasn't alone. "I was patrolling the perimeter when I noticed suspicious activity at a service entrance. Followed 2 individuals inside, but they separated. I've been trying to find my way back up, but the corridors all look the same, and my radio isn't working down here." Batman nodded. The Joker would have installed signal jammers to isolate sections of the building. "What did you see before losing contact?" "We were tampering with something in the walls. Access panels to the ventilation system, I think." Riordan reached into his pocket and produced a tablet. "I found this after an encounter with one of them. Looks like ventilation schematics, but they're different from the building plans I reviewed during security preparation." Batman took the tablet, quickly analyzing the modified schematics. The Joker, or more likely technically skilled henchmen working under duress, had indeed rerouted the entire ventilation control system. The 4 nodes were clearly marked, each corresponding to a different section of the building. "These are the actual controls," Batman confirmed. "The Joker has bypassed the main system." "They've got some kind of canisters installed," Ryden added. "I saw them loading one into an air handler before they spotted me. Green metal, about the size of a fire extinguisher." Batman's expression darkened. Joker toxin canisters. Enough to flood the entire plaza with lethal gas when released. And according to the modified schematics, the 4 control nodes were positioned at the far corners of the building, making it impossible for one person to disable them all simultaneously. Unless... "Officer Riordan, do you have any emergency medical training?" The young officer straightened. "Yes, sir. Standard GCPD field training, plus additional certification." Batman reached into his utility belt, producing a small case containing several auto-injectors. "These contain a counteragent to Joker toxin. Not a complete antidote, but enough to buy time if you're exposed. I'll need your help to disable the ventilation nodes." Riordan swallowed hard, but nodded with determination. "Just tell me what to do." As Batman outlined the plan, the Joker's voice echoed through the speakers once more. 45 minutes to showtime, Gotham shoppers. I do hope our caped party pooper is enjoying his scavenger hunt. Remember, Batsy, all my little presents need to be opened at once, or the surprise gets spoiled for everyone." The laughter that followed seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, saturating the air like a poisonous gas itself. The journey to the clock tower mechanical room required navigating through increasingly hazardous territory. The Joker's influence grew more pronounced with every level Batman ascended. Mannequins arranged in macabre tableaus, display windows refashioned into twisted dioramas, security cameras decorated with party hats and streamers. And the people. Evacuation was still underway, but not everyone had received the message. Some shoppers continued browsing, unaware of the danger, while others huddled in corners, sensing that something was wrong but unsure what to do. Security personnel attempted to maintain order, but their training hadn't prepared them for this level of calculated chaos. Batman moved through public spaces like a shadow, his presence noted, but barely registered in the growing confusion. The Joker's broadcasts continued at irregular intervals, each one sowing more fear, while maintaining the veneer of entertainment. 38 minutes, valued customers. Time to finalize those purchases. Everything must go, including you. On the 3rd floor, Batman encountered the first real resistance. 2 henchmen in clown masks, positioned at the base of the escalator leading to the atrium level. They were armed with modified carnival toys, a cotton candy machine that sprayed adhesive foam, a shooting gallery rifle that fired actual bullets. "Look who's here for the early bird special," one called to the other. "Boss said he might try to crash the party from this direction." Batman assessed the situation in seconds. Open area, civilians nearby, limited cover. A direct confrontation risked collateral damage. Instead, he reached for his grapnel gun, aiming for the decorative scaffolding above the escalator. The first henchman noticed the movement too late. "Hey, he's..." Batman was already airborne, swinging in a wide arc that carried him over their heads. As he passed, he released 2 batarangs with precision timing. The first struck the cotton candy machine, causing it to malfunction and spray its operator with the sticky substance. The second knocked the rifle from the second henchman's hands just as he fired, sending the bullet harmlessly into a decorative column. Batman landed behind them, quickly subduing both men with efficient strikes that rendered them unconscious without serious injury. He secured them with zip ties and continued toward the atrium. The central space of Monarch Plaza was a cathedral of commerce, 6 stories of balconied walkways surrounding an open area crowned by the magnificent glass dome. The afternoon sun had given way to night, and through the geometric patterns of the dome, stars were becoming visible in the darkening sky. Suspended in the center of the atrium, accessible by a decorative walkway from the 4th floor, was the clock tower, an artistic reinterpretation of classical design with a transparent face that revealed the mechanical workings within. Behind it, just as Batman had surmised, was a maintenance door leading to the environmental control systems for the atrium. But the walkway to the clock tower was not unguarded. 3 more henchmen patrolled the narrow bridge, and unlike their colleagues below, these were more heavily armed, automatic weapons rather than carnival toys. And beyond them, visible through the clock's transparent face, was a flash of green hair and a purple suit, the Joker himself, working on something connected to the massive gears of the clock mechanism. Batman touched his comm. "Alfred, I have visual on the Joker. He's in the clock tower, and I've identified one of the ventilation control nodes. It's integrated with the clock mechanism itself." "Most ingenious, sir," Alfred's voice replied. "The clock's movement would provide consistent timing for the gas release. What of the other nodes?" "Officer Riordan is checking the schematics now. Based on the building design, they'll likely be positioned at equidistant points to ensure even distribution." "Sir, Commissioner Gordon reports the evacuation is approximately 60% complete, but they're encountering resistance from the Joker's men at several exits." Batman's gaze remained fixed on the distant figure of the Joker, who seemed to be making adjustments to whatever device he had installed. "Tell Gordon to focus on the service exits, and have medical teams standing by with antitoxin." The countdown on the plaza's displays now read 31, 42, the seconds ticking away with merciless precision. Batman studied the walkway, calculating angles and distances. A direct approach would expose him to gunfire and alert the Joker to his presence too soon. Instead, he moved to a position directly beneath the suspended walkway, attaching a line to the underside of the bridge. Then, with practiced silence, he swung beneath it, traversing the open space of the atrium while remaining hidden from the guards above. When he reached the midpoint of the walkway, he paused, listening to the henchman's conversation. "Said the Bat would definitely try for the clock tower first," one was saying. "Something about him always going for the big symbolic target." "Yeah, well, the boss knows him better than anybody," another replied. "Says they're like connected or something, 2 sides of the same crazy coin. Just keep your eyes open. If the Bat shows up, we don't engage directly. We just sound the alarm and let the boss handle it. That's the plan." The 3rd guard chuckled nervously. "You mean let the gas handle it? Boss said once he starts the clock, we've got exactly 5 minutes to get to the safe zone before the party starts." Batman processed this new information. The Joker had a safe zone, an area that would remain unaffected by the gas release. And the clock mechanism was the trigger, not just a control node. His comm unit crackled softly. "Batman." Officer Riordan's voice was hushed but urgent. "I've located one of the ventilation nodes in the basement level, eastern quadrant. It's connected to some kind of pressure tank. Looks like it's designed to force the gas through the entire system at once. Can you disable it?" I think so. The mechanism is complex, but there's a manual override. The problem is, it's connected to a dead man's switch. If I deactivate it without coordinating with the other nodes, the gas releases immediately," Batman finished. "Stand by. Don't touch anything yet." He continued his traverse beneath the walkway, reaching the clock tower access point directly beneath the feet of the guards. The maintenance door was recessed into the structural support of the tower, invisible from the walkway above, a service entrance not meant for public view. With careful precision, Batman attached a small device to the underside of the walkway, a sonic emitter programmed to activate remotely. Then, using his lockpicks, he silently opened the maintenance door and slipped inside the base of the clock tower. The interior was a mechanical wonderland, gears, counterweights, and intricate linkages moving in synchronized harmony. The massive clockworks had been integrated with modern technology, creating a hybrid of artistic craftsmanship and practical function. And now, woven throughout this complex mechanism, were the green and purple wires of the Joker's modifications, a parasitic system feeding off the original design. Batman ascended through the interior structure, moving from level to level via maintenance ladders. Above, he could hear the Joker humming tunelessly to himself, occasionally punctuated by giggles or muttered commentary on his work. Just a little adjustment here, a twist there. Perfect timing is everything in comedy after all. As Batman reached the upper level of the clock mechanism, he finally had a clear view of what the Joker had created. The 4 massive gears driving the clock's hands had been modified to operate as timing devices for the ventilation system. Each quarter turn of the minute hand would send a signal to one of the 4 nodes, creating a synchronized release of the gas throughout the building. And at the center of it all, perched on a narrow maintenance platform beside the axle of the main gear, the Joker worked with the focused intensity that made him all the more dangerous. Despite his chaotic persona, he possessed a frightening intelligence and technical skill when properly motivated. "I know you're there, Bats," the Joker said without turning, his hands continuing their delicate adjustments. "You've gotten better at the whole creature of the night routine, but your cape still makes that distinctive little swish when you move up metal ladders. You might want to look into that." Batman remained in the shadows of the lower clockworks. "It's over, Joker. Gordon has evacuated most of the building, and your men can't hold all the exits." The Joker spun around on his heel, arms spread wide, face split in that eternal grin. "Over? My dear deluded Dark Knight, we haven't even gotten to the punchline yet." His suit was immaculate as always, the purple fabric almost luminous in the dim light filtering through the clock face. His green hair was swept back, his white face paint cracked slightly around the edges of his blood-red smile. "Besides," he continued, "I'm not trying to gas everyone in the building, just enough to make a statement. Quality over quantity, you know? The real target audience is watching from outside." He gestured toward the glass dome above, through which news helicopters could now be seen circling. "Think of the ratings. Joker's laughing gas, Legacy, Live at 11. Batman took a measured step forward, emerging partially from the shadows. "There won't be any broadcasts. I've found your control nodes. They'll be disabled simultaneously." For the briefest moment, genuine surprise flickered across the Joker's features, quickly replaced by delight. "Oh, you have been busy. Found my little rookie cop, did you? And figured out my quadraphonic system? I'm impressed, truly." He hopped down from his perch, landing on a larger maintenance platform, and began to pace excitedly. "But here's the thing, Batsy. Even if you could coordinate perfectly with your new blue friend to hit all 4 switches at the exact same millisecond, which, let's be honest, is a bit beyond GCPD's finest, you're still missing a crucial piece of information." Batman's eyes narrowed. "The clock is the master control." The Joker's face lit up, See? This is why I keep coming back to you. Anyone else would have stopped at the 4 nodes, but you always see the bigger picture. Yes, the clock is the conductor of our little orchestra of chaos, and it's already started its countdown. He pointed to the minute hand of the massive clock, which Batman now noticed was slowly but perceptibly moving backward. When it reaches 12 again, which should be in about 26 minutes, all 4 nodes activate simultaneously. Can't stop one without triggering the others. Can't stop the clock without triggering them all. A perfect airtight plan. He dissolved into giggles at his own pun. Batman's mind raced through possibilities. The Joker was rarely as infallible as he believed. There would be a flaw, a contingency, a backup mechanism. And before you start looking for the off switch, the Joker added, as if reading his thoughts, I should mention that I've also wired the whole system to my heartbeat. Anything happens to me, a little too much rough handling from a certain someone, perhaps, and boom, early release, maximum concentration. He tapped his chest, where a barely visible bulge indicated some kind of device beneath his suit. Dead man's switch of the most literal kind. Rather poetic, don't you think? Batman remained outwardly impassive, but internally he was recalculating. The situation was even more complex than he had anticipated. He needed more information, more time. Why the Monarch Plaza? He asked, taking another careful step forward. Why target the grand opening? The Joker's expression shifted to one of theatrical offense. Why, have you seen this place? He gestured wildly at the structure around them. All this glass and chrome and pretension. Monarch Plaza, as if slapping a royal name on a shopping mall somehow elevates the mindless consumerism inside. His voice rose, taking on the cadence of a carnival barker. Come one, come all, spend money you don't have on things you don't need to impress people you don't like. Distract yourselves from the meaningless void of existence with shiny baubles and designer labels. Then, just as suddenly, his voice dropped to a near whisper, intense and focused. They built a monument to the lies we tell ourselves, Bats. A temple to the comforting delusion that buying the right products can fill the emptiness inside. I'm just adding a little truth to the proceedings. When my gas hits their systems, there'll be no more pretense, just raw, honest, uncontrollable laughter at the cosmic joke that is their carefully constructed lives. He spread his arms wide, his silhouette framed by the transparent clock face behind him, the lights of Gotham creating a halo effect around his slender form. I'm doing them a favor, really. Nothing liberates like laughter, even if it's your last. Batman had heard enough. The Joker's philosophical justifications were always post hoc rationalizations for his desire to create chaos and suffering. The why wasn't important. Stopping him was. Alfred, he sub-vocalized into his comm, knowing the sensitive microphone would pick up even this whisper. I need options for neutralizing a heartbeat-stricted device without stopping the heartbeat. As he awaited a response, he kept the Joker talking. And your safe zone? Where will you watch this liberation from? The Joker wagged a finger. Professional secrets, Bats. A comedian never reveals his... Wait, that's magicians, isn't it? Well, either way, I'm not telling, but I will say it has the best view in the house for the big finale. Sir, Alfred's voice came through the comm. EMP technology might disable the device temporarily without affecting his biological functions, but precision would be critical. Too broad a pulse could affect other systems in the building, including emergency services. Batman had a focused EMP emitter in his utility belt, designed for exactly this kind of situation, but he would need to be much closer to the Joker to ensure it only affected the heartbeat monitor. "You know it won't work," Batman said, taking another step closer. The distance between them was now less than 15 feet. "Even if your plan succeeds, even if you gas hundreds of people, nothing changes. The city rebuilds. Life continues." The Joker's smile tightened almost imperceptibly. "Always the optimist beneath all that doom and gloom, aren't you? That's what makes you so much fun, Bats. Your unshakable belief that any of this matters. The saving, the protecting, the endless cycle of me creating beautiful chaos and you restoring boring order." Another step closer, 12 feet now. "If it doesn't matter, why do you keep doing it?" The Joker blinked, then laughed. A genuine laugh of surprise and delight. "Why? Why does the scorpion sting the frog? Why does the tide come in and out? I do it because it's what I am. And you stop me because it's what you are. The perfect dance, the eternal waltz." He began to actually waltz alone on the platform, arms positioned as if holding an invisible partner, humming a distorted version of the Blue Danube. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Create and destroy, destroy and create. 10 feet. Batman's hand moved imperceptibly toward his utility belt, where the EMP emitter waited. "There's still time to end this peacefully, Joker." The Joker stopped his dance, fixing Batman with a look of amused incredulity. "Peacefully? Peacefully? Oh, Bats, you really are the straight man in this comedy duo." He shook his head in mock disappointment. "But I'm afraid our time for witty banter has run short. The clock is ticking, literally, and I have preparations to make for the grand finale." With a dramatic flourish, he produced a small remote control from his pocket. "So, unless you want an early release of my special brand of nitrous oxide, I suggest you stay right there while I make my exit." Batman tensed, calculating the risk. The EMP needed to be within 6 feet to guarantee effectiveness without collateral damage. But rushing the Joker now might trigger the remote, releasing the gas prematurely. "Ooh, I know that look," the Joker said, wagging a finger. "You're thinking about charging me, hoping you're fast enough to stop me before I press the button. Classic Bat thinking. But here's a twist in our usual routine." He pressed the button. But instead of gas flooding the building, the platform beneath Batman's feet suddenly dropped away. A trap door he hadn't detected, concealed within the maintenance platform. Only his lightning reflexes saved him from the fall, his hand shooting out to grab the edge of the remaining platform. The Joker peered down at him, grinning wider than ever. Expectations subverted. That's comedy gold. As Batman pulled himself up, the Joker was already moving, climbing higher into the clock mechanism. "Don't worry, the gas is still on its original schedule. This was just to buy me a head start in our little game of cat and bat." Batman regained his footing and immediately pursued, but the Joker had clearly planned his escape route carefully. He moved through the clockworks with the agility of someone who had rehearsed this path multiple times, using the moving gears and counterweights to his advantage. "Alfred," Batman said as he followed, "I need to neutralize the Joker's heart monitor before stopping the clock mechanism. Alert Officer Riordan. Be ready to disable the ventilation nodes on my signal, but do not attempt it alone." The chase through the clockworks became a surreal ballet. Batman's methodical pursuit against the Joker's chaotic, unpredictable movements. The massive gears continued their reversed rotation, each tick bringing the minute hand closer to the 12 o'clock position and the release of the Joker's deadly gas. 23 minutes to showtime, folks," the Joker called over his shoulder as he leapt from one moving gear to another. Will the Bat save the day? Will Gotham's newest shrine to capitalism become its newest tragedy? Stay tuned to find out. Batman followed with grim determination, his movements economical and precise compared to the Joker's theatrical flourishes. The clock mechanism had been designed with aesthetics in mind rather than security, creating a three-dimensional maze of moving parts that offered numerous pathways upward. The Joker was heading toward the glass dome above, toward his safe zone with the best view, as he'd put it. And as Batman pursued him through the clockworks, a suspicion formed in his mind. "Alfred," he said into his comm, "the glass dome above the atrium? What's directly above it?" "Calm moment, sir." A brief pause as Alfred consulted the building schematics. "It appears there's a maintenance platform and ventilation control center for the dome itself, separate from the main building's HVAC system, designed to prevent condensation on the glass during temperature fluctuations. The perfect vantage point, isolated from the main ventilation system, with a clear view of the atrium below, the Joker's safe zone." The chase continued upward, through increasingly narrow passages between the mechanical components of the clock. The Joker maintained his lead, but Batman was closing the gap, conserving energy, anticipating rather than reacting. Years of confrontations had given him insight into the Joker's patterns, the method within the madness. "You're slowing down, Batsy," the Joker called back, his voice echoing off metal and glass. "Don't tell me age is finally catching up to the big bad Bat." Batman didn't waste breath on a response. Instead, he changed tactics, dropping down to a lower level of the mechanism and taking a parallel route. The clock's design created multiple vertical pathways. If he couldn't catch the Joker directly, he could intercept him at the top. The Joker noticed the change in pursuit and laughed with genuine delight. "Ooh, taking the scenic route. Good thinking. Why rush when we're having so much fun?" The distance between them grew as they took separate paths, but Batman's trajectory would bring him to the dome access point at nearly the same time as the Joker. And more importantly, it gave him a moment to communicate with his allies. "Officer Riordan," he sub-vocalized into his comm. "Status on the ventilation nodes." The young officer's voice came through clearly despite the background noise of machinery. "I've located 3 of the 4 nodes. Each one is connected to a pressure tank of what I assume is the Joker toxin. They're all rigged with identical triggering mechanisms, pressure sensors that activate if any of the other tanks lose pressure, and the 4th node. Still searching. The schematics show it should be in the northwest quadrant, but I haven't found the access point yet." Batman processed this information as he climbed. "The 4th node is likely integrated with the dome ventilation system. I'm heading there now. Stand by at the other nodes. Be ready to deactivate them simultaneously." As he neared the top of the clock tower, the clockworks gave way to the structural supports for the glass dome. The transparent panels of the dome were arranged in a geometric pattern resembling a massive jewel, with thin metal frameworks holding them in place. Between the glass panels and the internal ceiling of the atrium was a narrow maintenance space, just enough room for service personnel to access the ventilation and cleaning systems, or for a madman to set up his viewing box for the chaos below. Batman emerged onto a small platform where the clock tower connected to the dome framework. Above and before him stretched the underside of the massive glass structure, with metal catwalks providing access across its expanse. And at the center of this web of walkways was a small control booth, originally designed for managing the dome's environmental systems, now repurposed as the Joker's command center. The Joker himself was just reaching the booth, his slender form silhouetted against the night sky visible through the glass above. When he reached the door, he turned back, his smile visible even at this distance. "Front row seats to the greatest show in Gotham," he called, gesturing grandly at the space around him. "Though I saved you a spot too, Bats. I'm nothing if not a gracious host." Batman moved across the catwalk with careful speed. The metal walkway was narrow, with no railings, designed for maintenance workers wearing safety harnesses, not for confrontations. Below, the central atrium of Monarch Plaza stretched out in dizzying depth, the ongoing evacuation creating streams of movement across the polished floors 6 stories down. The Joker watched his approach with theatrical patience, leaning against the control booth door, arms crossed in exaggerated relaxation. 17 minutes to curtain call, he announced. Just enough time for a quick intermission, chat, before the big finale. As Batman closed the distance, his eyes scanned the control booth behind the Joker. Through the windows, he could see monitors displaying various views of the building, the modified clock mechanism, and one screen showing a digital version of the countdown timer visible throughout the plaza. Next to the booth was what he'd been looking for, a large ventilation unit with distinctive green and purple modifications, the 4th node. "Enjoying the view?" the Joker asked, noticing Batman's gaze. "State-of-the-art surveillance system courtesy of the plaza's excellent security budget. I can see everything from up here, including your little blue friend running around in the basement." He tapped one of the monitors, showing Officer Riordan examining one of the ventilation nodes. "He's quite industrious, isn't he? Though I do hope he doesn't get too handsy with my equipment before the show starts." Batman stopped at a careful distance, just beyond lunging reach. The EMP emitter was ready in his palm, hidden by the folds of his cape, but he needed to get closer to ensure it would neutralize the heartbeat monitor without affecting the critical systems of the building. "It's not too late to end this peacefully," Batman said, knowing the words were futile but needing the Joker's attention focused on conversation rather than the subtle movements of his hand. The Joker rolled his eyes with exaggerated exasperation. "We've already done this bit, Bats. I make the grand chaotic gesture, you try to stop me. It's our thing, our beautiful dysfunctional thing." He pressed a hand to his chest in mock sentimentality, inadvertently confirming the location of the heartbeat monitor beneath his suit. Batman took a careful step closer. "This time is different. Gordon has the building nearly evacuated. Your audience is gone." For the briefest moment, uncertainty flickered across the Joker's features, quickly replaced by renewed confidence. "The audience is never gone in the age of live media, my dour friend. Every news helicopter circling overhead, every smartphone pointed at this magnificent glass fishbowl. They're all capturing this moment for posterity. And the real punchline." He leaned forward conspiratorially, forcing Batman to move incrementally closer to hear his lowered voice. "The real punchline is that my special new formula doesn't just make them laugh themselves to death, it's contagious. Second-hand exposure causes milder symptoms, just enough to create panic, just enough to spread through rescue workers, police, medical personnel." His grin widened impossibly. One release in a shopping mall becomes a citywide epidemic of uncontrollable laughter. Imagine it, Batman. A city that can't stop laughing even as it tears itself apart. The horror of this revelation was carefully concealed behind Batman's impassive cowl, but his mind was racing with the implications. If the Joker was telling the truth, and with matters of chemical warfare he rarely bluffed, then containing the gas within the building was even more critical than he'd initially realized. Another step closer, just a few more feet and the EMP emitter would be within effective range. The Joker straightened, eyes narrowing slightly as he assessed Batman's incremental approach. "You're being awfully agreeable with the close talking, Bats. Usually, you're more about maintaining your personal bubble. What are you up to?" Batman needed a distraction, something to occupy the Joker's keen, if fractured mind for just a few seconds more, and there was one subject that never failed to capture his attention. "I've been thinking about what you said," Batman responded, his voice deliberately thoughtful. "About us being two sides of the same coin. About our eternal waltz." The Joker's expression lit up with genuine interest, suspicion momentarily forgotten. "Oh, do tell." "Having a philosophical epiphany in our potentially final moments together? How deliciously dramatic." Another half step closer, almost within range now. "You believe chaos is the natural state of things?" Batman continued. "That my efforts to create order are ultimately meaningless? But what if we're both wrong? What if neither chaos nor order is the natural state? What if it's the tension between them that creates meaning?" The Joker blinked, then threw back his head and laughed, a sound of authentic amusement rather than his usual performative cackle. "Batman, you existentialist devil. Are you suggesting our eternal opposition is the whole point? That we need each other to define ourselves?" He clutched his heart dramatically. "That's the most romantic thing you've ever said to me." And in that moment of theatrical gesture, Batman closed the final distance, the EMP emitter now just inches from the Joker's chest. With a flick of his wrist, he activated the device. The effect was instantaneous and invisible. A focused electromagnetic pulse designed to temporarily disable electronic devices within a 6-foot radius. The Joker's expression shifted from amusement to shock as the subtle vibration of the heartbeat monitor against his chest suddenly ceased. He began, but Batman was already moving, grabbing the front of the Joker's purple suit and lifting him clear of the ground. "It's over," Batman said, his voice hard as granite. "Your dead man's switch is deactivated. The heartbeat monitor can't trigger the gas release." For a fraction of a second, genuine fear flashed across the Joker's face, the rare moment when his plans imploded beyond ability to improvise. But just as quickly, the fear transmuted into manic glee. "Oh, Bats, always so focused on the problem right in front of you," he giggled, despite the uncomfortable position of being held aloft. "Did you really think I'd rely on just one failsafe? The heartbeat monitor was just theatrical flourish. The clock is still ticking, the nodes are still active, and he glanced at the countdown visible through the control booth window. 14 minutes and 27 seconds, showtime begins regardless. Batman's grip tightened. "Then we'll deactivate the nodes, all 4 of them, simultaneously." The Joker's grin turned sly. "With what army? Your rookie cop friend can maybe handle one, you can handle another, but that leaves 2 nodes active, which means..." He made an explosive gesture with his fingers. "Premature celebration. Unless the master control is deactivated first," Batman countered. The Joker's eyes widened in genuine surprise. "The clock? Impossible. I've hardwired it to the nodes." "Stop the clock. The failsafe triggers." "Not the clock," Batman said, his free hand reaching for his comm unit. "Alfred, patch me through to Officer Riordan, and contact Commissioner Gordon. I need a patch into the plaza's public address system." The Joker's expression wavered between confusion and delight at this unexpected development. "Ooh, plot twist. Do share with the class, Bats." Batman ignored him, focusing on the voice now coming through his comm. "Officer Riordan, the 4th node is here at the dome. I've neutralized the Joker. but we need to deactivate all 4 nodes simultaneously. I've located the other 3, Rayoden confirmed. But even with Officer Chen helping me, we can only cover 2 at most. We're going to deactivate the pressure system first, Batman explained. The tanks are connected to sensors that detect pressure loss in the others. That's the fail-safe. But if we depressurize the entire system gradually, we can bypass the sensors. The Joker's face shifted to an expression of outraged admiration. Now that's just cheating. You can't depressurize the whole system without... He stopped mid-sentence, realization dawning. Oh, you clever, clever bat. The fire suppression system. Batman nodded once, grimly. Alfred, is Gordon ready with the PA system? Standing by, sir. Still holding the Joker with one hand, Batman addressed the Commissioner through his comm. Gordon, I need you to issue a public announcement. All remaining civilians in Monarch Plaza should move to emergency stairwells immediately and prepare for fire suppression system activation. Gordon's voice came through clearly. Understood. How long do they have? Batman glanced at the countdown timer. 3 minutes. Then activate the fire suppression system throughout the entire building. Maximum pressure. The Joker was practically vibrating with a mixture of outrage and appreciation, using my own pressure-sensitive trigger against me, flooding the whole ventilation system with fire suppressant to gradually depressurize all 4 nodes simultaneously. That's... He dissolved into helpless giggles. That's why you're my favorite playmate, Bats, always thinking outside the toxic box. Throughout Monarch Plaza, Gordon's voice echoed over the PA system, directing all remaining occupants to emergency stairwells and away from sprinkler-covered areas. The evacuation, already well underway, accelerated as security personnel guided stragglers toward the designated safe zones. Batman secured the Joker with restraints, ensuring he couldn't interfere with what came next. Then he moved to the ventilation control panel next to the booth, examining the modifications the Joker had made to integrate it with his gas distribution system. Readawn, he said into his comm, on my signal, open the manual pressure release valves on your 3 nodes exactly 1/4 turn. Not enough to trigger the failsafe, just enough to begin decreasing pressure. The fire suppression system will do the rest, creating back pressure through the ventilation ducts. Ready when you are, the officer responded. The final minutes of the countdown ticked away as Batman made his own preparations at the 4th node, carefully examining the trigger mechanism to ensure there were no additional surprises. The Joker watched from his restrained position, his expression an unsettling mixture of disappointment and anticipation, as if even in defeat he was enjoying the show. You know what the real joke is, Bats, he said conversationally. Even if you stop this particular punchline, the moment itself is still comedy gold. Hundreds of terrified people, news helicopters capturing the mass panic, GCPD cordoning off blocks around a brand new monument to Gotham's wealth. Opening night ruined, reputation tarnished, insurance premiums through the roof. He chuckled. Sometimes the threat of chaos is almost as effective as chaos itself. Batman didn't respond, his focus entirely on the task at hand. When Gordon's voice announced that the fire suppression system would activate in 30 seconds, he gave the signal to Riordan. Now, 1/4 turn, no more. Throughout the building, at 4 separate locations, pressure release valves were carefully opened, just enough to create a controlled decrease in the system's pressure. Simultaneously, the fire suppression system roared to life, pumping thousands of gallons of water through ceiling sprinklers throughout the 6-story complex. The effect was immediate. Water cascaded through the public spaces of Monarch Plaza, drenching everything not protected in the emergency stairwells, and, more importantly, the sudden change in air pressure throughout the building created backflow through the ventilation system. Not enough to trigger the Joker's fail-safe sensors, but enough to begin neutralizing the carefully balanced pressure that controlled the gas release mechanism. Through his comm, Batman could hear Riordan's report. It's working. Pressure is decreasing across all 3 nodes, and the trigger mechanism isn't activating. At the 4th node, Batman monitored the same effect, watching as pressure gauges gradually dropped from red zones towards safer levels. The countdown timer continued its relentless progress, now showing less than 5 minutes until the Joker's scheduled gas release. "Isn't this exciting?" the Joker called over the noise of the fire suppression system. "Right down to the wire. Will the hero save the day with seconds to spare? The audience is on the edge of their seats." Batman continued his methodical work, ignoring the commentary. As the pressure gauges dropped past the halfway mark, he began the delicate process of disconnecting the timing mechanism that linked this node to the clock's movement. With the pressure reduced, the fail-safe sensors were effectively neutralized. But the clock connection remained the final trigger. In the plaza below, the fire suppression system continued its work, water pouring from countless ceiling fixtures, creating an indoor rainstorm that washed through every floor. The few civilians who hadn't reached the emergency stairwells were getting thoroughly soaked, but they were being spared a far worse fate. 2 minutes remaining, Batman noted, carefully disconnecting a junction of green and purple wires from the timing mechanism. "Raiden? Status?" "Almost there," the officer reported. "Pressure down to 30% and falling. No signs of triggering." The Joker sighed dramatically from his restraints. "All my beautiful work literally being washed down the drain. Do you have any idea how long it took to set this up? The planning, the testing? Finding henchmen with basic plumbing skills is harder than you might think." With 1 minute left on the countdown, Batman completed the disconnection of the 4th node. The timing mechanism was now isolated from the gas release system. Even when the clock's minute hand reached the 12, it would send its signal into a dead end. "Nodes 1 through 3 deactivated," Riordan confirmed over the comm. "Pressure at minimal levels, timing mechanisms disconnected." "4th node deactivated," Batman responded. "Joker is secured. Meet at the atrium level for final containment procedures." As the countdown reached 0, the Joker held his breath with exaggerated anticipation, eyes wide, body tense, then deflated with theatrical disappointment when nothing happened. The clock's minute hand touched the 12. The signal was sent, but the disconnected systems remained inert. "What a letdown," he pouted. "Not even a little puff of gas for dramatic effect? You really do know how to ruin a perfectly good punchline." Batman turned to him, water from the sprinkler system above now dripping from his cowl, creating rivulets down the surface of his armor. "The only punchline here is that you failed. Again." The Joker tilted his head, his perpetual smile somehow conveying genuine curiosity. "Did I, though? Look around you, Batman. Look at what I've accomplished tonight." With a nod toward the glass dome, he drew Batman's attention to the scene outside. Police cordons, news helicopters, crowds of evacuated shoppers huddled in the plaza before the building, their faces turned upward in fear and fascination. Monarch Plaza's grand opening transformed from a celebration of capitalism into a monument to fear. The headlines tomorrow won't be about luxury boutiques and gourmet restaurants. They'll be about the Joker's latest escapade. My name, my face, my legacy stamped all over their precious new landmark. There was, Batman had to admit, a certain twisted logic to the Joker's perspective. Even in failure, he had achieved a kind of victory, ensuring that Monarch Plaza would forever be associated with this night of terror, rather than whatever commercial triumph its developers had envisioned. And what did it cost you? Batman asked quietly. Another trip to Arkham, another failed scheme, more time in a cell while Gotham continues without you. The Joker laughed, not his manic, theatrical laugh, but something smaller, almost private. Cost me? Oh, Bats, you still don't get the joke, do you? All of this is what I live for. The game, the dance. You and me locked in our beautiful, meaningless struggle, while the rest of them scurry about pretending their little lives have purpose. He leaned forward, as much as his restraints would allow, his voice dropping to an intimate whisper. I'll go back to Arkham. I'll wait. I'll plan. And I'll escape again, because that's what I do. And you'll be waiting, because that's what you do. And we'll dance again, because that's what we do. Batman regarded him silently for a long moment, water continuing to cascade around them from the sprinkler system, creating a strange bubble of isolation amid the chaos. Then, with deliberate movements, he hoisted the Joker to his feet. Let's go, Gordon's waiting. The aftermath unfolded with the choreographed efficiency that followed most of Batman's encounters with Gotham's more theatrical criminals. GCPD officers secured the building, level by level. Bomb squad technicians carefully removed the Joker's modified gas canisters, and medical personnel treated the few civilians who had suffered minor injuries during the evacuation. The Joker himself was escorted to an armored transport under heavy guard, his perpetual smile never wavering as he was led through the drenched atrium of Monarch Plaza. He offered running commentary on everything from the architecture to the efficiency of the GCPD's handcuff technique, seemingly as delighted by his capture as he had been by his plan. Commissioner Gordon found Batman on the roof access level, away from the cameras and the commotion. The rain that had threatened all evening had finally begun to fall, creating a strange symmetry with the artificial downpour still draining from the building below. We've got him secured, Gordon reported, pulling his trench coat tighter against the rain. Hazmat teams are neutralizing the gas canisters now. Preliminary analysis confirms what you suspected. The new formula was designed to be contagious through secondary exposure, if it had been released. But it wasn't, Batman said simply. Gordon nodded, lines of exhaustion etched deep around his eyes. No thanks to our preparations. If you hadn't figured it out. He let the thought remain unfinished, both men all too aware of how close they'd come to disaster. Officer Reardon performed admirably, Batman noted. He showed initiative and courage under extreme pressure. A ghost of a smile touched Gordon's weathered features. I'll make sure that goes in his file. He hasn't stopped talking about working with Batman. Might have another one for the signal, if you're recruiting. The faint wail of sirens continued below as additional GCPD units secured the perimeter. The news helicopters maintained their vigil, cameras trained on the plaza's iconic glass dome, now streaked with rain that mingled with the remnants of the fire suppression system's deluge. You'll be back in Arkham before morning, Gordon continued, his tone shifting to one of familiar resignation, for all the good it will do. Batman's gaze moved toward the distant silhouette of Arkham Asylum, barely visible through the rainy night. I've spoken with Dr. Arkham about improved security measures. After this incident, the board may finally approve the funding. Until the next budget cut, the next administrative change, the next brilliant idea for rehabilitation over containment. Gordon sighed, a sound heavy with the weight of years fighting the same battles. Sometimes I wonder if he's right, the Joker, about it all being some cosmic joke that he's the only one getting. Eh? Batman said with quiet certainty. The joke is that he thinks chaos is the natural state, that his nihilism is somehow more honest than our efforts to create meaning, but he's just as trapped in his philosophy as he thinks we are in ours. Gordon considered this, rainwater now dripping from the brim of his glasses. Deep thoughts for the end of a long night, Batman. A barely perceptible nod was the only acknowledgement of the observation. Monarch Plaza will recover from this. Gotham will move forward, as it always does. And we'll be here when he comes back, Gordon added, as we always are. The familiar pattern, the eternal cycle. But not, Batman reflected, the meaningless one the Joker imagined. Each confrontation was part of a larger struggle, each victory, however temporary, a respite that allowed Gotham citizens to live their lives in something approaching peace. If that was a cosmic joke, he could live with being its punchline. I should go, Batman said finally. The sun will be up soon. Gordon nodded, already turning toward the stairwell. Until next time. Commissioner. Batman stopped him with a word. Tell Officer Riordan that his quick thinking saved lives tonight. That matters, regardless of what comes next. A smile touched Gordon's tired face. I'll tell him, and Batman, thanks. But he was speaking to empty air. The dark night had already vanished into the rainy night, a shadow melting into shadows, leaving Gordon alone on the rooftop, with the distant wail of sirens and the soft patter of rain. In the Batcave beneath Wayne Manor, Bruce removed his cowl with a weariness that penetrated to the bone. The night had been long, the stakes higher than usual, and the confrontation with the Joker had left him with the familiar mixture of relief and unease that always followed these encounters. Alfred appeared silently at his side, offering a steaming cup of coffee and the quiet efficiency that had sustained Batman's mission for so many years. Monarch Plaza is secure, Alfred reported. The last of the Joker's devices has been removed and contained. No casualties, though the property damage is substantial, primarily water damage from the fire suppression system. Bruce nodded, taking the coffee gratefully. Better than the alternative? Indeed, sir. Alfred's tone was dry, but tinged with genuine relief. I've taken the liberty of compiling data on the new Joker toxin formulation, based on the preliminary reports from GCPD's forensic team. Dr. Tompkins has agreed to assist in developing a more effective counteragent. Bruce moved to the Batcomputer, its massive screens displaying news coverage of the night's events. Monarch Plaza gleamed in the early morning light, water still streaming from its elegant facade like tears. A beautiful structure that had narrowly escaped becoming a monument to tragedy. Hell, try again, Bruce said quietly. Different approach, different target, but the same objective. Chaos, fear. His twisted notion of revealing the truth beneath society's veneer. As he has before, Alfred acknowledged, and you will stop him, as you have before. Bruce's fingers moved across the keyboard, pulling up the file on the Joker, already voluminous, filled with chemical formulas, psychological assessments, records of previous encounters. Adding tonight's data felt like adding drops to an ocean, yet he methodically documented every detail, every observation that might help in the inevitable next confrontation. Sometimes I wonder if he's right, Bruce admitted, echoing Gordon's earlier sentiment. Not about chaos being the natural state, but about our relationship, the endless cycle of his attacks and my responses. If I'm somehow complicit in perpetuating it. Alfred's expression softened slightly, the closest he typically came to overt sympathy. I believe that consideration alone separates you from him, Master Bruce. The Joker never questions his role in your encounters. He embraces it without reservation or reflection. Your doubt, your constant examination of your methods and motivations, that is what keeps you on the side of order rather than chaos. The words hung in the cool air of the cave, punctuated by the soft flutter of bats in the distant reaches of the natural cavern. Bruce continued his documentation in silence, adding tonight's incident to the long chronology of his war against Gotham's darkness. When he finally spoke again, his voice carried the quiet resolve that defined Batman more than all his technology and training combined. Next time, we'll be better prepared, especially for this new toxin formulation. Of course, sir. Alfred collected the empty coffee cup. And now, may I suggest a few hours of rest? The sun is already above the horizon, and the city will require Bruce Wayne's attention at the charity gala this evening. Bruce allowed himself a faint smile at the gentle reminder of his dual existence. Just a few more minutes, Alfred. I want to finish this while it's fresh. As Alfred departed with his characteristic discretion, Bruce turned his attention back to the screen, to the image of Monarch Plaza, now surrounded by morning light rather than police cordons. The shoppers would return, the water damage would be repaired, the grand opening would be rescheduled. Life in Gotham would continue its resilient flow, despite the Joker's best efforts to dam it with fear and chaos. In the end, perhaps that was the true punchline to the cosmic joke. Not the meaninglessness the Joker perceived, but the stubborn persistence of meaning, even in the face of his nihilism. The people of Gotham, rebuilding, recovering, refusing to surrender to the darkness he embodied. Batman would be there to defend that resilience, that fragile but enduring order that the Joker so despised, not because of some arbitrary cosmic dance, but because it was the right thing to do. Because without someone standing against the tide of chaos, it would eventually overwhelm even the strongest city's defenses. Bruce completed his documentation and finally allowed himself to acknowledge the exhaustion settling into his muscles. Morning light filtered through the distant entrance to the cave, a reminder that Batman's domain was giving way to Bruce Wayne's, at least for a few hours. As he rose to follow Alfred's sensible advice, his gaze lingered one last time on the image of Monarch Plaza, already beginning to dry in the morning sun, damaged but standing, much like Gotham itself. And in that simple fact, he found the reassurance he needed to continue his mission, whatever the Joker might believe about their entwined destinies. Some cosmic jokes, it seemed, were worth being the punchline for. Beyond the glass windows of Wayne Manor, Gotham continued its morning routine, citizens awakening to news of another averted disaster, another night when Batman had stood between them and chaos. And in the secure transport heading toward Arkham Asylum, the Joker hummed tunelessly to himself, already dreaming of his next performance on Gotham's stage. The eternal cycle continued, neither meaningless nor predestined, but shaped by the choices of those caught within it. A dance of chaos and order that would continue as long as there were those willing to embody each principle. For tonight, at least, order had prevailed. And as Bruce Wayne finally allowed himself the luxury of rest, the ghost of a smile touched his lips. Not the manic grin of his nemesis, but the quiet satisfaction of a guardian who had, for one more night, kept the darkness at bay. Outside, rain washed the city clean, preparing it for another day, another chance to build rather than destroy, to create rather than dissolve into chaos. And in that simplest of natural cycles, cleansing rain followed by revealing light, lay a truth that even the Joker could not corrupt, that renewal always follows destruction, that order eventually emerges even from the most chaotic system. Batman would be there when darkness fell again, ready to defend that truth, that possibility, that hope. It was, after all, what defined him, not his opposition to the Joker, but his commitment to protecting the fragile, beautiful potential that Gotham, like all human endeavors, contained. And somewhere in the deepest part of his being, Batman knew that this, not the Joker's nihilistic vision, was the real punchline to the cosmic joke, that meaning persisted despite meaninglessness, that order emerged from chaos, that light always followed darkness, as surely as day followed night. Until that night came again, and with it the next chapter in Gotham's never-ending story. Batman would rest, recover, and prepare for the Joker, for all the other threats that lurked in the shadows, and for the eternal struggle that gave his life its purpose. The rain continued to fall, washing away the night's events, cleansing the city for whatever would come next. And in the rhythm of that rain there was a promise, that no matter what chaos threatened, Batman would be there, a silent guardian, a watchful protector. The dark night. As the rain continued its gentle percussion against the windows of Wayne Manor, Bruce Wayne finally surrendered to exhaustion. His body demanding the rest his mind resisted. The Joker was contained once more. Monarch Plaza was being restored, and Gotham had survived another night on the precipice of chaos. In the darkness behind his closed eyelids, Bruce's thoughts began to drift, consciousness giving way to the deeper currents of sleep. The Joker's laughter seemed to echo distantly, fading like thunder after a storm passing over the city. Dreams came in fragmented images. The gleaming glass dome of Monarch Plaza, the methodical tick of the massive clock, Commissioner Gordon's rain-speckled glasses reflecting the lights of police cruisers. Each image dissolved into the next, the boundaries between memory and imagination blurring as sleep deepened. Somewhere in that twilight between wakefulness and dreams, Bruce found himself walking through the familiar corridors of Wayne Manor. But as dreams often do, the familiar became strange. The hallways stretched longer than they should. Doorways opened to rooms that couldn't possibly exist within the mansion's walls. And at the end of one such impossible corridor, a door stood partially open, warm light spilling onto the hardwood floor. Bruce approached cautiously, even in dreams maintaining the vigilance that defined his waking hours. Beyond the door he could see shelves, countless shelves stretching impossibly high, filled with books whose spines gleamed in the soft light. The Wayne family library, yet not quite as he remembered it. Larger, older, with the comforting scent of aged paper and leather bindings. As he stepped through the doorway, a sound caught his attention. Not the Joker's chaotic laughter, but something more measured, more deliberate. A voice, reciting what seemed to be a riddle. I speak without a mouth, and hear without ears. I have no body, but I come alive with wind. What am I? The voice lingered in the dream library, coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. Bruce moved between the towering shelves, past ancient tomes and modern volumes, following the voice as it continued its enigmatic recitation. The more you take, the more you leave behind. What am I? The shelves seemed to shift around him, rearranging themselves into a labyrinth of knowledge. Bruce turned a corner and found himself facing an ornate reading desk where a single green book lay open, a question mark embossed on its cover. I am light as a feather, yet the strongest person can't hold me for more than a few minutes. What am I? The riddles continued, each one echoing slightly longer than the last, creating layers of sound that wrapped around Bruce like invisible threads. And with each riddle, the dream Libany grew darker, the spaces between shelves deeper, the shadows more pronounced. Bruce reached for the green book, but before his fingers could touch its cover, the scene dissolved around him. The library, the riddles, the mysterious voice, all faded into the gentle darkness of dreamless sleep. Hours later, as evening approached once more, Bruce Wayne awoke with the lingering memory of those riddles still echoing in his mind. Something about them felt significant, not merely the remnants of a dream influenced by his recent encounter with the Joker, but perhaps a premonition of what awaited when night fell again over Gotham. As he rose and prepared for the evening ahead, Bruce couldn't shake the feeling that the dream had been trying to tell him something. And when Alfred entered with the evening newspaper, the headline confirmed his intuition. Historic Gotham Central Library closed indefinitely, mysterious circumstances, prompt police investigation. Beneath the headline was a smaller item that sent a chill of recognition through Bruce's spine. Strange riddles found at scene, authorities baffled. The Joker might be contained within Arkham's walls once more, but Gotham's nights were never truly peaceful for long. As darkness began to fall outside the windows of Wayne Manor, Bruce Wayne moved toward the hidden entrance to the Batcave, the memory of dream riddles transforming into the reality of a new challenge. For in Gotham City, where fear and mystery intertwine like vines around ancient architecture, one villain's capture often coincides with another's emergence from the shadows. And as Batman prepared to face this new enigma, the night whispered of puzzles waiting to be solved in the riddle of the abandoned library. The last light of dusk was fading from Gotham's skyline as Batman stood atop the Wayne Enterprises building, his cape billowing gently in the evening breeze. The city was settling into its nightly rhythm, the honest citizens retreating to their homes, the criminal element preparing to emerge from theirs. A familiar dance that Batman had observed for years, each night presenting new variations on timeless themes. His comm unit activated with a soft chime. Batman. Oracle's voice was tense, lacking its usual measured calm. Something's happening at the Central Library. Police just received a call from inside. The building's been rigged with explosives. Batman's posture shifted subtly, alert. Casualties? Unknown. But there's more. The caller identified himself as Edward Nigma, the Riddler. Batman's mind immediately began cataloging possibilities, probabilities. Nigma had been quiet for months. Too quiet. Planning something elaborate, no doubt. The Central Library was one of Gotham's oldest buildings, home to collections of incalculable historical and cultural value. Sending you the audio now, Oracle continued. The recording began with a familiar theatrical clearing of the throat. Attention, GCPD's finest, though that bar is rather low, isn't it? The Riddler's voice was smooth, self-satisfied. I've taken the liberty of upgrading Gotham's most neglected treasure, its repository of knowledge. The building is now a puzzle box of my own design, with a rather volatile core, I might add. The timer is set for midnight. If you're wondering how to disarm it, well, that's the riddle, isn't it? Oh, and do let the Bat know this one's especially for him. I've prepared a little literary scavenger hunt. After all, what's more precious than knowledge, except perhaps living to use it? The recording ended with Nigma's signature laugh, fading into electronic silence. Gordon's establishing a perimeter. Oracle said. Buildings should be empty. It closed to the public at 5, and most staff leave by 6. Batman was already moving, launching himself from the rooftop. Most, but not all. Check staff schedules, security logs. I need to know who might still be inside. The Batmobile responded to his remote signal, dark and sleek as it navigated Gotham streets toward his trajectory. As he descended toward it, Batman's mind was already working through Nigma's game. The Riddler never created challenges he believed Batman couldn't solve. His ego required an opponent worthy of his intellect, one who might solve the puzzle but would appreciate its complexity. The real question was what Nigma wanted beyond the challenge itself. The library held rare books, historical documents, valuable artifacts, but the Riddler had never been motivated primarily by financial gain. No, this was about something else. Something symbolic. As the Batmobile raced through Gotham streets, Batman opened a secure channel. Alfred, I need everything you can find on the Central Library's special collections. Anything unusual acquired in the past year. Any exhibitions planned. Staff changes. At once, sir, came the prompt reply. Shall I alert Master Dick as well? Batman considered this briefly. Yes, have him on standby. This feels elaborate, even for Nigma. The library loomed ahead, its Gothic architecture stark against the night sky. Police vehicles surrounded the building, their lights painting the stone facade in rhythmic pulses of red and blue. Commissioner Gordon stood near the main entrance, his face grim in the harsh emergency lighting. Batman approached silently, materializing beside Gordon with practiced ease. Jim. Gordon didn't flinch. Years of partnership had accustomed him to Batman's arrivals. He's controlling the building systems remotely. Doors, security gates, elevators, all locked down. We've got thermal imaging showing at least one heat signature inside, possibly a hostage. Batman studied the building's facade. The Central Library had been one of Gotham's first grand public works projects. 6 stories of Gothic revival architecture, with modern additions built over decades. Its layout was a historian's dream and a tactician's nightmare. A labyrinth of reading rooms, stacks, offices, and exhibition spaces. Has he made any demands? Gordon shook his head. Just that recording. GCPD bomb squad is standing by, but he didn't need to finish the thought. Nigma's traps were never simple, never standard. Conventional bomb disposal techniques would likely trigger whatever failsafe the Riddler had designed. I'm going in, Batman said simply. Gordon nodded, resigned. There's a service entrance on the east side that might be less monitored. Building plans are on their way to you now. Batman received the files through his cowl's display system, scanning them quickly before turning back toward the shadows. Keep your men outside. If Nigma detects a police entry, he'll accelerate his timeline. Be careful in there, Gordon called after him. Library's got over 1 million books. That's a lot of fuel if things go wrong. Batman disappeared into the darkness, leaving Gordon alone with the sobering thought of a century's worth of knowledge, reduced to ash. The service entrance was indeed less heavily monitored, but not unprotected. Batman discovered this as he bypassed the electronic lock, only to find a secondary system, mechanical, not digital, rigged to a small canister of gas. He detected and neutralized it with practiced efficiency, collecting a sample for later analysis, even as he moved deeper into the building. The library's normal emergency lighting was functioning, casting long shadows between towering shelves that stretched toward vaulted ceilings. The silence was absolute, the particular hushed quality of spaces designed to contain both knowledge and the reverent silence of those who sought it. Batman activated his cow's enhanced vision modes, scanning for tripwires, pressure plates, or other signs of tampering. The library's main floor seemed untouched, the reference desk abandoned mid-task, a half-empty coffee cup still sitting beside a computer terminal. Then a voice broke the silence, emanating from hidden speakers throughout the building. "Ah, there you are. Right on schedule, but then you always are." The Riddler's voice echoed through the cavernous space. "Welcome to tonight's venue, Batman. The Gotham's Central Library, repository of knowledge, sanctuary of learning, and now, the most elaborate puzzle box in the city." Batman continued his careful advance, mapping his surroundings against the building plans in his cowl's display. "I do hope you've brought your library card," the Riddler continued, amusement evident in his tone. "Tonight's game has rules, as all good games do. Throughout this venerable institution, I've placed a series of riddles. Each solved riddle leads to the next, and ultimately to the building's salvation, or destruction. Fail to solve even one, and, well, let's just say the Gotham Historical Society will need to find a new headquarters." Batman reached the central rotunda, a circular space ringed by marble columns and overlooked by balconies from the upper floors. At its center stood the library's pride, a massive reading room with dozens of wooden tables radiating from a central reference desk. "Your first challenge awaits you, in the place where Dewey's soldiers stand in perfect formation," the Riddler's voice announced. "The clock is ticking, Batman. Midnight approaches, and with it, enlightenment, or devastation." The speakers fell silent, leaving Batman alone with the riddle. Dewey's soldiers. A reference to the Dewey Decimal System. The library's general collection would be organized according to those principles, but which section, which book? Batman moved swiftly toward the main stacks, his footsteps soundless on the marble floor. The general collection occupied 4 floors of carefully organized shelving, millions of volumes arranged with meticulous precision. "Sir," Alfred's voice came through his comm. "I've been researching, as you requested. The library recently received a significant donation from the estate of Joseph Thorne, a private collector specializing in first editions and literary manuscripts. The collection included several extremely rare items, including original manuscripts from Poe, Shelley, and Stoker." Batman processed this information as he moved through the stacks. Value? Conservatively, several million, but many pieces are effectively priceless, unique cultural artifacts that aligned with the Riddler's methods. Not theft for profit, but the threat of destroying something irreplaceable, knowledge that could never be recovered. As Batman reached the primary classification section, his cowl's sensors detected a subtle change in the electromagnetic field. Something was active nearby, something that didn't belong in a library. Moving methodically down the aisle, he scanned each shelf until he found it. A small device attached to the underside of a shelf labeled 793.73. Games of strategy and logic. Of course, the Riddler's calling card. The device appeared to be a small electronic display currently showing a simple message. "What has keys but no locks, space but no room, and you can enter but not go in." A simple riddle, almost disappointing in its obviousness. A keyboard, but was it that straightforward? With Enigma, the obvious answer was often a diversion. Batman examined the shelves more carefully, searching for hidden mechanisms or secondary clues. Nothing, just books on chess, puzzles, and game theory. He returned to the device and entered keyboard, using the small touchscreen interface. The screen flickered, then displayed a new message. correct. Proceed to where silence is golden and words are treasured beyond price. Find the one that speaks of madness in the attic, fire in the night, and a governess who persevered. Batman's mind worked through the reference. Silence is golden, the rare book room where handling protocols were strict and access limited. The second part described a book, Jane Eyre by Charlotte Bronte, a classic novel featuring a mad woman in the attic and a climactic fire. The rare book room was located on the 5th floor in the library's most secure section. As Batman made his way there, he remained alert for traps. The first riddle had been too easy. Nigma was lulling him into a false sense of security, encouraging haste over caution. Oracle, he sub-vocalized into his comm. Run a search on any connection between the Riddler and Charlotte Bronte or Jane Eyre. On it, she replied. Also, thermal imaging now shows 2 heat signatures inside the building. One stationary on the 4th floor, likely a hostage. The other moving, presumably the Riddler himself. Batman absorbed this information as he reached the stairwell. The elevator would be too obvious a trap, and likely disabled anyway. As he began to ascend, the lights in the stairwell suddenly went out, plunging him into darkness, relieved only by the faint glow of emergency exit signs. "I see you solved my warming exercise," the Riddler's voice came through the speakers again. "But the night is young and the game is just beginning. Did you know that the Central Library's rare book collection includes over 10,000 volumes, some dating back to the 15th century? Such fragile repositories of human thought, so vulnerable to fire, water, explosives." Batman continued his ascent in the darkness, using his cowl's night vision. The Riddler was performing now, establishing the stakes, building tension. It was part of his pathology, the need to be acknowledged, not just for his intelligence, but for his showmanship. I wonder, Batman, do you appreciate the written word, or are you too busy punching miscreants to engage with higher thought? Tonight's game will test not just your detective skills, but your literary knowledge. Consider it continuing education. Reaching the 5th floor, Batman found the security door to the rare book room ajar, an invitation. Inside, the climate-controlled space housed the library's most valuable holdings, displayed in glass cases or stored in acid-free boxes on custom shelving. The room was dimly lit by the same emergency lighting as the rest of the building, casting an amber glow over centuries of human thought preserved on paper and parchment. Batman moved carefully through the space, searching for a copy of Jane Eyre among the protected volumes. He found it in a display case dedicated to the Bronte sisters, a first edition, open to the famous line, "Reader, I married him." But something was wrong. The page had been altered, text highlighted in a pattern that spelled out another message. "Look beneath the words that burn." As Batman examined the case more closely, he noticed a slight protrusion beneath the book's display stand. Carefully opening the case, he removed the book to reveal a pressure plate connected to what appeared to be an incendiary device, primed but not yet active. The plate held another electronic display. "I speak without a mouth and hear without ears. I have no body, but I come alive with the wind. What am I?" Batman considered the riddle. "An echo," he murmured to himself. As he spoke, the device beeped and the pressure plate began to sink slowly, as if a countdown had begun. "Sir," Alfred's voice came through the comm. "I've found something about the Thorne collection." Joseph Thorne's estate included a complete set of Edgar Allan Poe first editions, among them a rare annotated copy of The Telltale Heart. with Poe's own marginalia. Poe, known for macabre tales including The Telltale Heart, a story about paranoia and the sound of a heartbeat that existed only in the murderer's mind. Not an echo, but a repetition, a reflection of sound. Batman quickly revised his answer, entering heart into the device. The countdown paused, and the display changed. Correct. The heart reveals all secrets in the end. Proceed to the Hall of Records, where Gotham's memories slumber in dusty repose. The pressure plate reset, and Batman carefully replaced the book. This was the true pattern of Nigma's game. Literary references nested within riddles, each leading deeper into the library's collections, deeper into Gotham's cultural memory. The Hall of Records was on the 4th floor, where Oracle had detected the stationary heat signature. The hostage, most likely. Batman moved swiftly back to the stairwell, his mind already working through possibilities. Who would the Riddler choose as a hostage in this scenario? Not just anyone. Someone connected to the library. Someone who would increase the symbolic weight of his threat. As he descended toward the 4th floor, the speakers crackled to life again. "I see you've discovered my appreciation for the classics," the Riddler's voice remarked. "But don't get too comfortable, Batman. Literature, like crime, evolves with the times. And speaking of time, you have exactly 90 minutes remaining before this temple of knowledge becomes Gotham's largest bonfire." Tick-tock. The Hall of Records occupied the entire western wing of the 4th floor, a vast repository of Gotham's history, city planning documents, newspaper archives, personal papers donated by prominent citizens, and the library's own institutional records, filled row upon row of filing cabinets and archival boxes. As Batman entered, the lights flickered on. Nigma wanted him to see something specific. At the center of the room, bound to a chair beside the main reference table, sat a woman in her early 60s, her silver-streaked hair pulled back in a severe bun, her expression one of carefully controlled fear beneath wire-rimmed glasses. Batman recognized her immediately from the library's staff directory. Dr. Eleanor Ambrose, head librarian and curator of special collections. She had dedicated her life to the preservation of knowledge, particularly Gotham's literary heritage, the perfect symbolic hostage for the Riddler's game. "Ah, there you are," she said as Batman approached, her voice remarkably steady. "He said you'd come." Batman quickly examined her restraints. Zip ties securing her wrists and ankles to the chair, which itself was bolted to the floor. No obvious booby traps, but a small device had been attached to her chair, a display counting down. 88, 42, 88, 41. "Dr. Ambrose," Batman acknowledged as he began working to free her. "Are you injured?" "No," she replied. He was polite after a fashion, said I was to be the human element in his puzzle. "He's wired the entire building, Batman. Explosives in the foundation, the rare book room, the main reading hall." Batman carefully cut through the zip ties, keeping an eye on the device attached to the chair. It wasn't part of the restraint system. Removing it might trigger a failsafe. "That's a separate timer," Dr. Ambrose explained, following his gaze. "He said it's for a special surprise if we try to leave before solving all the riddles. The main countdown ends at midnight." Free from the restraints, Dr. Ambrose rubbed her wrists and stood somewhat shakily. "He's obsessed with the Thorn collection, kept talking about knowledge hoarded then revealed, and secrets hidden in plain text. The collection arrived 6 months ago, but we've only recently completed the cataloging." Batman accessed the library database through his Cowl's interface. The annotated Poe manuscript, Where is it kept? Dr. Ambrose's eyes widened slightly. The vault beneath the rare book room. Climate-controlled, biometric security. But the Poe manuscript isn't the most valuable item in the collection. What is? The Gotham Codex, she replied. A handwritten history of the city's founding, including maps of underground structures that were later built over. It's effectively the architectural DNA of old Gotham. We've had scholars waiting months for access. Batman processed this information. The Riddler's obsession with puzzles extended to Gotham itself, its hidden places, its structural secrets. A map of forgotten tunnels and foundations would be invaluable to someone who specialized in elaborate traps and escape routes. You need to leave, Dr. Ambrose, Batman said firmly. The GCPD has established a perimeter outside. She shook her head. I can't. He showed me the trigger system. If anyone exits the building before midnight, or before all the riddles are solved, the explosives detonate immediately. We're locked in with his game. Batman verified this with a quick scan of the library's security systems through his cowl's interface. The Riddler had indeed rigged the exits with sensors linked to the explosive devices. Then you'll help me solve the remaining riddles, Batman decided. Your knowledge of the library and its collections will be valuable. Dr. Ambrose straightened her glasses with a determined gesture. Of course. The Hall of Records contains over 2 centuries of Gotham's history. What exactly are we looking for? Batman surveyed the vast room. His clue directed me here, to where Gotham's memories slumber. The previous riddles followed a pattern, literary references leading to specific texts or collection. If it's related to the Thorn collection, Dr. Ambrose mused. We should check the acquisition records. Joseph Thorne's personal papers were included with the donation. Journals, correspondence, collection notes. She led Batman to a recently processed section of archival boxes, each labeled with the Thorne estate catalogue numbers. These arrived with the collection but haven't been fully integrated into our system yet. Batman began examining the boxes while Dr. Ambrose searched the digital catalogue through a nearby terminal. The countdown on her chair continued its steady progression. 82, 17, 82, 16. Here, Dr. Ambrose said suddenly. Thorne's acquisition journal for 199-82010. According to our preliminary notes, that's when he acquired most of the items that would become the core of his collection. Batman took the journal, a leather-bound volume filled with meticulous handwritten entries. Each detailed a purchase, date, seller, auction house or private transaction, price, and Thorne's personal notes on the item's significance. As he flipped through the pages, a loose sheet fell out. Different paper, different handwriting. Not Thorne's record, but a letter addressed to him. My dear Joseph, your interest in the darker corners of Gotham's literary history continues to impress. The item we discussed is indeed available, though not through conventional channels. Its provenance is, shall we say, questionable at best, having disappeared from the university's archives in 1952 and passed through several private hands since. I can facilitate an introduction to its current owner for the usual consideration. Be warned, however, this particular volume carries its own peculiar history. Those who possess it have reported strange preoccupations, obsessive behaviors, superstitious nonsense no doubt, but worth mentioning. The binding bears no title, but you'll recognize it by the emerald ribbon marker and the stylized question mark impressed on the spine, supposedly the symbol of its original owner, an eccentric puzzle maker from Gotham's less reputable past. Yours in collection, E. Batman showed the letter to Dr. Ambrose. A book with a question mark on the spine. Is there anything like that in the Thorn collection? Her brow furrowed in concentration. Not that I recall, but the collection included over 3,000 volumes. Some are still in processing. She thought for a moment longer. Wait, there was an uncatalogued item. A journal or ledger with unusual binding. We couldn't identify it properly because it lacked standard bibliographic information. It's being held in the assessment room adjacent to the rare book vault. As she spoke, the speakers crackled to life again. I see you found my literary breadcrumb trail, the Riddler's voice announced. Dr. Ambrose is quite the resource, isn't she? A living catalogue of Gotham's accumulated knowledge. But time waits for no man or bat. 75 minutes remain before midnight. Batman ignored the taunt, focusing instead on the new information. We need to get to that assessment room. Dr. Ambrose nodded. 5th floor through the rare book room, but he's changed all the access codes. I tried when he first left me here. I don't need codes, Batman replied simply, moving toward the exit. As they approached the door, however, the lights in the Hall of Records suddenly went out, plunging them into darkness. A single spotlight activated, illuminating a previously unnoticed panel on one of the massive filing cabinets. The Riddler's voice chided. No shortcuts in this game, Batman. Each room has its own challenge. Solve this one before you proceed. The illuminated panel contained another electronic display showing a new riddle. I am not alive, but I grow. I don't have lungs, but I need air. I don't have a mouth, but water kills me. What am I? Batman's mind worked through the possibilities. Not alive, but grows. Needs air. Water kills it. Fire, he answered. The display changed immediately. Correct. But which fire? Gotham has burned many times, each blaze reshaping the city's destiny. Find the record of the flame that revealed the corruption at the city's heart. Dr. Ambrose moved immediately to a specific section of the archives. He's referring to the Gotham Merchants Exchange fire of 1898, she explained. When the building burned, investigators discovered hidden account books showing decades of embezzlement and fraud by some of the city's most prominent families. She pulled a box from the shelf and opened it, revealing newspaper clippings, investigation reports, and photographs of the gutted building. The scandal led to several suicides among Gotham's elite and a complete restructuring of the city's financial regulations. Batman examined the materials, searching for anything that might contain the Riddler's next clue. Among the newspaper clippings was an architectural drawing, a cross-section of the Merchants Exchange building showing a feature that immediately caught his attention. A hidden vault behind a bookcase in the Exchange president's office. Look at this, he said, showing Dr. Ambrose the drawing. The vault wasn't in the building's official plans. It was only discovered after the fire. Dr. Ambrose studied the drawing. Yes, that's right. The investigators found it only because the fire damaged the mechanism that concealed it. She paused, her eyes widening slightly. The library has a similar vault, not hidden but certainly secure. It's where we keep items that are too sensitive or valuable for the regular rare book room. The Gotham Codex, Batman surmised. She nodded. And likely this mysterious question-marked book as well. As if in response to their discovery, the lights in the Hall of Records returned to normal, and the door lock disengaged with an audible click. Proceed to the inner sanctum, the Riddler's voice instructed through the speakers, where Gotham's greatest treasures lie in darkness, waiting to be illuminated by the proper mind. Batman and Dr. Ambrose made their way back to the stairwell, advancing cautiously toward the 5th floor. The countdown in Batman's cowl display showed just over an hour remaining before midnight. "Oracle," Batman sub-vocalized as they ascended, "I need everything you can find on Joseph Thorne's collection practices. Focus on unusual acquisitions, particularly anything with questioned provenance or connected to Gotham's history." "Working on it," Oracle replied. "Also, I've been analyzing the building's power grid. Nigma's running his system through the library's backup generators. If we could cut those..." "Too risky," Batman countered. "Without knowing how his failsafes are configured, a power loss might trigger the explosives immediately." They reached the 5th floor and moved toward the rare book room. Unlike Batman's earlier visit, the room was now fully illuminated, spotlights focusing on specific display cases, like exhibits in a museum. "Welcome to the penultimate chapter of our literary adventure," the Riddler's voice announced. "Dr. Ambrose, as our resident expert, perhaps you'd be kind enough to give Batman a tour of tonight's featured collection?" The clock continues its inexorable advance, 58 minutes until the dramatic conclusion. "Doglang Amüsieren." Dr. Ambrose moved purposefully through the room, indicating the spotlighted display cases. He's highlighted specific items from the Thorne collection, first editions of Poe, Shelley's Frankenstein, Stoker's Dracula manuscript pages. She paused at a case containing a small, leather-bound volume. "And this?" Oscar Wilde's personal copy of The Picture of Dorian Gray, with his handwritten annotations. Batman examined each case carefully, searching for hidden mechanisms or clues. "These selections have a theme: Gothic literature, the macabre, the psychological." Yes, Joseph Thorne specialized in what he called the literature of the shadow self, works exploring duality, hidden nature, the monstrous within the civilized. This aligned perfectly with the Riddler's psychology, his obsession with hidden knowledge, with exposing the secrets behind facades. Batman continued his examination, focusing now on what wasn't highlighted, rather than what was. "There," he said, indicating a display case that remained in shadow while others were illuminated. "What's in that case?" Dr. Ambrose looked where he pointed. "That's odd. That's the case for the Gotham Codex, but..." She moved closer, then stopped abruptly. "It's empty. The Codex is gone." Batman examined the case. No signs of forced entry, no damaged security features. Nigma took it before initiating his game. But why leave this obvious gap? Dr. Ambrose wondered. Everything else is precisely arranged. Because it's part of the puzzle, Batman realized, the missing piece that directs us to the vault. Where exactly is this assessment room you mentioned? Dr. Ambrose led him to an unobtrusive door at the back of the rare book room. Unlike the other doors in the library, this one featured both electronic and mechanical locks, serious security for serious valuables. "Biometric scanner, keypad, and a physical key," she explained. 3-factor authentication. I have the credentials for the first 2, but the key is held by the security director, who's currently outside with the GCPD. Batman examined the lock system. Nigma would have needed all 3 to access the vault. Either he has the security director's key, or he created another way in. Dr. Ambrose finished. Batman activated his cowl's structural scanning mode, examining the wall around the vault door. The library building's age and numerous renovations made for complex architectural layering. Original stone walls reinforced with modern materials, old passageways sealed over, utility conduits added where they could be fit. "There," he said, indicating a section of the wall adjacent to the door. "Recent modification, the material is slightly different." Professionally done, but definitely not original. Dr. Ambrose looked closer. You're right. That section of wall was inspected about 2 months ago. Reported water damage from a leaking pipe. The contractor came and went for almost a week. Not a contractor, Batman said grimly. Nigma himself, creating an alternate entrance to the vault. He examined the modified section more carefully, searching for the mechanism that would trigger its opening. The wall appeared solid, with no obvious switches or panels. The spotlights, Dr. Ambrose said suddenly. Look at the pattern they create on the floor. Batman followed her observation. The strategic lighting of specific display cases created a pattern of illuminated areas on the floor, and when connected, they formed the outline of a question mark, with the dot positioned precisely at the section of modified wall. It's a pressure plate, Batman realized, hidden under the carpet. He moved to the indicated spot and applied pressure. The modified wall section slid open silently, revealing a narrow passage barely wide enough for one person to traverse. 45 minutes, Batman, the Riddler's voice announced through the speakers. The denouement approaches. Will our hero reach the final chapter in time, or will Gotham's literary heritage be reduced to ashes and memory? Batman turned to Dr. Ambrose. Stay here. This passage is likely rigged with additional traps. She hesitated, then nodded reluctantly. Be careful. The Codex is irreplaceable, but so are you. Batman entered the narrow passage, which sloped gently downward into darkness. His cowl's night vision revealed a crude tunnel, recently excavated, leading toward what would be the secure vault beneath the library. Oracle, he sub-vocalized. I'm approaching what appears to be Nigma's actual target, a secure vault containing the Gotham Codex. I've got more information on Joseph Thorne, Oracle replied. He died under unusual circumstances last year, found in his locked study, surrounded by open books, with no obvious cause of death. Autopsy indicated heart failure, but several of his researchers reported increasingly erratic and paranoid behavior in the weeks before his death. Batman processed this information as he navigated the passage, connected to this mysterious book with the question mark binding. Possibly. I've found references to a cursed volume in the collection dismissed as collector's superstition, but persistent in the documentation. Some believe it originally belonged to a 19th century puzzle maker named Edward Nashton. The name registered immediately. Edward Nashton, the Riddler's real name. Whether coincidence or fabricated connection, the implication was clear. Nigma believed he had discovered a historical predecessor, perhaps even an inspiration for his criminal persona. The passage ended at a rough opening in the vault's wall. Batman emerged into a climate-controlled room filled with specialized storage units. At its center stood a simple table, and on that table lay an open book, large, leather-bound, with weathered pages covered in handwriting and detailed maps. The Gotham Codex. Next to it sat a much smaller volume, black leather with no visible title, but bearing a small stylized question mark impressed into its spine. A green ribbon marked a specific page. As Batman approached the table, the room's lighting changed, brightening to reveal the Riddler himself, seated calmly in a chair in the corner, his signature question mark cane resting across his knees. Right on schedule, Edward Nigma remarked, checking his watch. Though I confess I expected you 10 minutes ago. Is middle age slowing the great detective, perhaps? Batman remained perfectly still, assessing. Nigma appeared unarmed, but his presence here rather than monitoring remotely suggested confidence in either an escape route or some form of leverage. The explosives, Nigma. Where's the deactivation mechanism? The Riddler smiled, tapping his temple. Where all my best creations reside, in the mind. But don't worry, we have plenty of time for me to explain, assuming you're interested in my discoveries. He gestured toward the 2 books on the table. The Gotham Codex, impressive enough on its own. Detailed maps of the original city infrastructure, including tunnels and chambers that were built over as the city expanded. A treasure map of sorts, for those who understand its value. And the other book? Batman prompted, slowly moving to position himself between Nigma and the exit. Ah, that's the true prize. The Riddler's voice took on a quality Batman had rarely heard from him. Genuine reverence. The personal journal of Edward Nashton, master puzzle maker and enigmatologist from Gotham's golden age. My namesake and, I've come to believe, my ancestor. You arranged this elaborate scenario for a family heirloom. Batman's skepticism was evident. Don't be obtuse, it doesn't suit you, Nigma snapped. This journal contains Nashton's life work, puzzles and ciphers designed to reveal hidden aspects of Gotham's geography and architecture. When combined with the Codex, he gestured expansively, the possibilities are endless. Batman glanced at the open pages of both books. The Codex showed a detailed map of old Gotham, with specific locations marked in faded ink. The Nashton journal displayed what appeared to be a complex cipher, letters and symbols arranged in patterns that would take time to decode. You believe these books together create a map to something valuable, Batman surmised. Not just valuable, transformative. The Riddler leaned forward, his eyes bright with intellectual fervor. Nashton discovered something beneath Gotham, something the founding families deliberately concealed. His journal contains the cipher needed to interpret the Codex's hidden annotations. Batman's cowl display showed 32 minutes remaining until midnight. And the explosives, the threatened destruction of the library? The Riddler waved dismissively. A necessary dramatic element. I needed to ensure your full attention and commitment to this intellectual exercise. The library was never truly in danger. Batman's eyes narrowed behind his cowl. You expect me to believe that? Believe what you wish, Nigma replied with a shrug. But consider, why would I destroy these books? Why would I obliterate the very knowledge I've spent months uncovering? He gestured to the volumes on the table. No, Batman. The explosives are quite real, but they're designed for controlled demolition of specific structural points, not to destroy the building, but to reveal what lies beneath it. Batman maintained his position between Nigma and the exit. You've rigged explosives to expose whatever you believe is hidden under the library. Precisely. The Riddler's face lit with genuine enthusiasm. According to Nashton's journal, the original Gotham settlement included a series of underground chambers, not simple tunnels or sewers, but purposefully constructed spaces. The founding families used these chambers for, let's call them private activities. They preferred to keep from public knowledge. As Nigma spoke, Batman was analyzing the room for any sign of triggering mechanisms or hidden devices. His cowl's sensors detected nothing immediate, no infrared triggers, no pressure plates, no obvious wiring. Your plan, Batman stated flatly, all of it. The Riddler sighed theatrically. So direct, so lacking in appreciation for narrative. He stood, leaning on his question mark cane. Very well. The explosives are set at 4 points beneath the library's foundation. At midnight, they will create controlled breaches into the chamber system below. I will descend with these books, he gestured to the Codex and the Nashton Journal, and unlock whatever secrets have remained hidden for over 2 centuries. And the people outside, Dr. Ambrose, will experience nothing more than a minor tremor. Nigma's tone was dismissive. I'm not some common bomber, Batman. I'm an artist. Precision is my hallmark. Batman didn't believe him, not entirely. The Riddler's plans always contained layers, misdirections. Even if the explosives weren't designed to destroy the library completely, their detonation in a building this old could have catastrophic structural consequences. 26 minutes, Batman noted. Time to deactivate the explosives and end this game. The Riddler's smile widened. By all means, try. But understand that this isn't just my game. It's Nashton's final puzzle. The culmination of a life's work, reaching across centuries to find a worthy solver. He tapped his temple again. The deactivation sequence is here, in my mind, encoded in a riddle of my own design. Solve it, and I'll surrender the detonator. Batman took a measured step forward, or I could simply take you into custody now. You could, Nigma acknowledged, but the system is designed to detonate immediately if I don't enter a sustaining code every 5 minutes. Dead man's switch, if you will. So unless you plan to force me to comply while simultaneously solving the final riddle, he spread his hands in a gesture of mock helplessness. This was typical Riddler strategy, creating no-win scenarios where Batman's only option was to play by his rules. But experience had taught Batman that Nigma's ego always left an opening, a way for an opponent of sufficient intellect to beat him at his own game. Your riddle? Batman prompted. The Riddler's expression became almost reverential as he recited, I am the shadow cast by light's creation, the space between knowledge and revelation. In me, what is spoken hides what is meant. I am the veil through which truth is bent. When I am pierced, secrets stand revealed. But in my presence, meaning stays concealed. 3 things together form my name. Dawn, dusk, and darkness, all the same. What am I? As Batman processed the riddle, the Riddler moved to the table and closed both books carefully. Take your time, he said magnanimously. Well, not too much time, 23 minutes remaining. Batman's mind worked through the components of the riddle systematically. The shadow cast by light's creation suggested something that exists in opposition to illumination or understanding. The space between knowledge and revelation pointed to something that obscures or delays comprehension. I need to check something with Dr. Ambrose, Batman said, turning toward the entrance. The Riddler made no move to stop him. By all means, the library's resources are at your disposal. That's rather the point of this exercise. Batman moved swiftly back through the passage to where Dr. Ambrose waited anxiously in the rare book room. He's in there, Batman informed her quickly. The explosives are set to detonate at midnight, but not to destroy the library, to expose chambers beneath it. Dr. Ambrose's expression shifted from fear to professional interest. Chambers? There have always been rumors about spaces beneath the original building, but nothing in the official records. That's why he wants the Codex and the Nashtan Journal. To map and access these spaces, Batman outlined the situation rapidly, including the final riddle. I need your expertise, something that connects dawn, dusk, and darkness, that conceals meaning and truth. Dr. Ambrose considered for a moment. In literary terms, that could be several concepts, metaphor, allegory. It needs to be a single word, something with 3 things forming its name, Batman prompted. Her eyes widened with sudden realization. Enigma, she said. It's literally his name, Edward Nigma, E-Nigma. And it fits the riddle perfectly. An enigma obscures truth, exists between knowledge and revelation. and contains three concepts: dawn, dusk, and darkness, all representing different states of light or understanding. Batman finished. Three different words for the same concept of obscurity, but something still didn't quite fit. The Riddler rarely used his own name as an answer. It was too obvious, too self-referential, even for his ego. Not Enigma, Batman realized. Cryptonym, a code name, a hidden name. Three things together form my name. Crypt meaning hidden, O for zero or nothing, and Nim from the Greek for name. Dr. Ambrose nodded slowly. That fits better, especially with the references to concealing meaning. Batman checked the timer. 19 minutes remaining. Stay here, he instructed. If anything happens, get as far from the building's foundation as possible. He moved swiftly back through the passage to the vault, where the Riddler waited patiently, the two books now tucked under his arm. Cryptonym, Batman stated without preamble. The Riddler's expression flickered briefly, surprise, then appreciation, then a carefully neutral mask. Impressive as always, Batman, but only partially correct. Batman concealed his frustration. The riddle had seemed clear enough, the answer logical. What was he missing? The Riddler glanced at his watch. 17 minutes. Perhaps you need a hint? He gestured to the vault around them. Consider our location. Consider what these books represent. Not just knowledge, but knowledge intentionally obscured, hidden away from those deemed unworthy to possess it. Batman reassessed the riddle in this new context. If not cryptonym, then something similar. A word for hidden knowledge, for secrets, deliberately concealed. Apocrypha, he said suddenly. Religious texts, excluded from canonical scripture. Knowledge deemed unsuitable for the common believer. The Riddler's slow smile confirmed the answer. Very good. A for Alpha, the beginning, dawn. Po for post, after, dusk. Crypha, from the same root as crypt, darkness, hidden knowledge, marginalized truths. He reached into his pocket and withdrew a small device with a numeric keypad. The deactivation code is the numerical value of each letter in Apocrypha, using the standard A equals 1, B equals 2 conversion. Batman calculated quickly. January 16th, 15th March 18th, 25. August 1st, 16, 9 digits. Enter it yourself, the Riddler offered, extending the device. I know how you appreciate verification. Batman took the device cautiously, checking for any obvious traps or false mechanisms. Finding none, he entered the sequence. 116 trillion, 153 billion, 182,516,881. The device emitted a soft beep, and its display changed from a countdown to a simple message: disarmed. Congratulations, the Riddler said, seeming genuinely pleased. You've saved the Gotham Central Library from structural compromise. The knowledge remains secured, the architecture intact. He placed both books carefully back on the table. A satisfying conclusion to our literary adventure. Batman's suspicion remained high. The Riddler never conceded this easily, never abandoned his objectives without some form of contingency. The books stay here, Batman stated firmly. Whatever you believe they'll lead to remains undisturbed. Of course, Nigma agreed with surprising ease. They belong here, in the library's collection. I've already learned what I needed from them. That admission confirmed Batman's suspicion. This entire elaborate scenario hadn't been about accessing the underground chambers tonight. It had been about confirming their existence and location through Batman's participation in the puzzle. You've already mapped the chambers, Batman realized. This was never about taking the books. It was about validating your theory by forcing me to acknowledge it. The Riddler's smile widened. Give the detective a prize. Yes, Batman. I've spent months studying these texts, deciphering Nashton's codes. Tonight was merely the final verification, and who better to confirm my conclusions than Gotham's greatest detective? Whatever's down there has remained hidden for centuries, Batman said. It should stay that way. Perhaps, the Riddler conceded. But can you truly say you're not curious? The founding families of Gotham, the Waynes included, went to extraordinary lengths to conceal these chambers. What secrets could be so dangerous, so compromised to require such elaborate protection? The mention of the Wayne family was deliberate, a barb designed to pique Bruce Wayne's personal interest beneath Batman's cowl. The Riddler didn't know Batman's identity, but he understood enough about human psychology to recognize that everyone had buttons that could be pressed. Some secrets serve a purpose, Batman replied evenly. Some knowledge is hidden for good reason. A surprisingly conservative position for a man who dedicates his life to exposing criminal truths, the Riddler observed. But no matter. The game is concluded, the library is safe, and he stepped back toward the vault wall where a previously unnoticed panel had slid open. I have other puzzles awaiting my attention. Batman moved to intercept him, but the Riddler held up the detonator again. Careful. While the main explosives are indeed disarmed, I always prepare contingencies. This device now controls a much smaller charge, enough to seal this passage permanently, with us inside. It was likely a bluff, but Batman couldn't risk it, not with Dr. Ambrose still in the building, not with the irreplaceable collections surrounding them. We'll meet again, Nigma, Batman promised. Whatever you think you've discovered beneath Gotham, I'll be watching. I'm counting on it, the Riddler replied with a small bow. The game is always more satisfying with a worthy opponent. He backed into the opening in the wall. Until our next intellectual engagement, Batman. The panel slid closed behind him, sealing seamlessly into the vault wall. Batman immediately examined it, finding no obvious mechanism to trigger its reopening. The Riddler had planned his escape route meticulously, likely connecting to maintenance tunnels beneath the library. Batman returned to the table where the two books lay, the Gotham Codex and Nashton's journal. After a moment's consideration, he took several photographs of the open pages with his cowl's camera system. Whatever the Riddler had discovered, Batman needed to understand it as well. Dr. Ambrose was organizing the disturbed rare book room when Batman emerged from the passage. The explosives are disarmed, he informed her. The library is safe. Her relief was palpable. And Nigma? Escaped through a hidden exit, but he left the books. Dr. Ambrose nodded thoughtfully. Small mercies. Those volumes belong in our collection, not in the hands of someone like him. She gestured to the rare book room around them. Knowledge is powerful, but context matters. These books, separated from proper historical understanding, could be misinterpreted, misused. Exactly what Nigma intends, Batman agreed. He believes he's found evidence of hidden chambers beneath old Gotham, constructed by the founding families for some secret purpose. The Gotham Codex does contain peculiar annotations and symbols that scholars haven't fully interpreted, Dr. Ambrose acknowledged. And if this Nashton journal contains some kind of cipher... I need copies of both, Batman said. Secure the originals however you normally would. But I need to understand what the Riddler is planning. Dr. Ambrose hesitated only briefly before nodding. I'll have to log this as an official research request, but given the circumstances, I think we can expedite the process. As they made their way back through the library toward the main entrance, Batman contacted Oracle. The situation is contained, he reported. Nigma escaped, but the explosives have been neutralized. Have Gordon send in a bomb squad to verify and remove any remaining devices. Already coordinating with them, Oracle confirmed. Any casualties? None. Dr. Ambrose was held hostage, but is unharmed. Batman paused. I need you to start a new research thread. Historical records regarding subterranean structures beneath Old Gotham, particularly anything connected to the founding families. That's a broad parameter, Oracle noted. Any specific focus? The structures deliberately concealed or removed from official records. Spaces that might have been used for private meetings, rituals, or storage of sensitive materials. Dr. Ambrose, walking beside him, glanced up with professional interest. If you're researching the underground chambers, the Historical Society archives might have relevant materials, particularly the Wayne Foundation collection. The Wayne family was among the original settlers and kept extensive records. Batman nodded, mentally adding this to his investigation plan. The Wayne Foundation's historical archives contained documents even he hadn't fully examined, records maintained by generations of his family, some restricted even to the Foundation's own researchers. They reached the main entrance, where Commissioner Gordon waited with a tactical team ready to enter. All clear, Batman informed him. The Riddler's gone, but his devices should be thoroughly checked and removed. Gordon signaled his team to proceed. Dr. Ambrose, he acknowledged with relief. Glad to see you're safe. We'll need a statement when you're up to it. Of course, Commissioner, she agreed. Though I suspect this incident will require some careful public relations, the library board will be concerned about the safety of our collections. As Dr. Ambrose spoke with Gordon, Batman moved slightly aside, processing the night's events. The Riddler's elaborate game had never been about destruction or theft. It had been about confirmation, about forcing Batman to acknowledge and thereby validate Nigma's historical discovery, which meant the real threat was yet to come. Sir, Alfred's voice came through the comm. I've taken the liberty of researching Edward Nashton as you requested. Quite an interesting historical figure, born in Gotham in 1837, son of Welsh immigrants. Initially worked as a locksmith before establishing himself as a designer of mechanical amusements and puzzlements. Apparently quite well known in his day for creating elaborate puzzle boxes and mechanical riddles for Gotham's elite. Any connection to the founding families? Batman asked. Indeed. Records suggest he was commissioned by several prominent families, including the Waynes, the Cobblepots, and the Elliots, to design security systems for their estates and businesses. However, his later years are poorly documented. He seems to have withdrawn from public life around 1870, with no clear record of his activities until his death in 1891, the same time period when the Gotham Codex was being compiled, Batman noted. Precisely, sir. A suggestive correlation, certainly. Batman watched as the GCPD bomb technicians entered the library, their specialized equipment ready to locate and neutralize any remaining devices. Dr. Ambrose was providing them with a floor plan, indicating where the Riddler had placed his mechanisms throughout the building. I'm returning to the cave, Batman decided. The Riddler's game is finished for tonight, but he's planning something larger. Whatever he believes is hidden beneath Gotham, he intends to find it. And if these chambers do exist, Alfred asked, then we need to find them first, Batman replied grimly. History has taught us that Gotham's secrets rarely stay buried forever, and when they emerge, the consequences can be devastating. Dawn was breaking over Gotham by the time Batman returned to the Batcave. The soft light filtering through the manor gardens above cast subtle shadows across the cave's technological array, a gentle reminder of the world beyond his mission. Alfred was waiting with coffee and a carefully neutral expression that nevertheless conveyed concern. "I've taken the liberty of preparing the historical research station, sir. The digitized Wayne archives are ready for your examination." Batman removed his cowl, becoming Bruce Wayne once more, though the intensity of his focus remained unchanged. "Thank you, Alfred. Any updates from the library?" "All explosives have been safely removed," Alfred confirmed. "Dr. Ambrose reports no significant damage to the collections. The library will remain closed for several days while security is reassessed and enhanced." Bruce moved to the research station, a specialized area of the Batcave dedicated to historical investigation, separate from the criminal database and tactical systems. Here, generations of Wayne family records had been carefully digitized and organized, creating a private historical archive that rivaled the city's public collections. The Riddler was specifically interested in the period when the Codex was compiled, Bruce noted as he began his search. 1865 to 1888, approximately. Cross-reference with any mentions of underground structures, hidden chambers, or restricted areas in Old Gotham. The system began sorting through thousands of documents, ledgers, journals, architectural plans, and correspondence from his ancestors. Bruce focused particularly on the records of Solomon Wayne, his great-great-grandfather, who had been instrumental in Gotham's development during that critical period. As he worked, Oracle's voice came through the cave's communication system. "I think I found something relevant in the public records," she reported. "An 1878 city planning document that references a proposal to seal and secure the lower chambers beneath the municipal precinct due to structural concerns. The proposal was submitted by a committee headed by Theodore Wayne and Alexander Cobblepot. Solomon Wayne's son," Bruce noted. "My great-grandfather. The interesting part," Oracle continued, "is that there's no prior reference to these lower chambers in any official capacity. They appear in this document as if their existence was common knowledge, but there's no record of their construction or original purpose." Bruce shifted his search parameters, focusing now on Theodore Wayne's personal papers. Unlike his father Solomon, who had been a public figure heavily involved in civic development, Theodore had been more reclusive, managing the family's business interests from behind the scenes. "Here," Bruce said after several minutes of searching, "Theodore Wayne's private journal, September 1877. He mentions a conclave of the founding houses to discuss the matter of the chambers and their contents. No specifics about what these chambers contain, but he expresses concern about knowledge that must remain sequestered from common understanding." "Most intriguing, sir," Alfred commented, setting down a fresh cup of coffee beside Bruce. "The Wayne family has generally been associated with progressive values throughout Gotham's history. Secret chambers and sequestered knowledge seem somewhat out of character." "Not necessarily," Bruce countered. "Even progressive individuals can believe some knowledge is dangerous if misused or misunderstood. The question is, what knowledge did they consider so problematic that it required physical containment?" He continued scanning Theodore's journal, finding only oblique references to the matter or our mutual concern. Whatever had been hidden beneath Gotham, the founding families had been careful not to document it explicitly, even in their private writings. "There's another approach we can try," Oracle suggested. "If these chambers exist physically, they should appear in some form on geographical surveys or utility maps, even if their purpose isn't documented. Alfred, access the cave's geological survey data." Bruce requested. The scan I commissioned when expanding the cave system 5 years ago, it included deep mapping of the bedrock beneath Gotham's original settlement area. Alfred moved to another workstation, bringing up three-dimensional renderings of Gotham's underground structures, natural cave systems, subway tunnels, utility conduits, and bedrock formations. The rendering zoomed in on old Gotham, the historical heart of the city, where the earliest buildings had been constructed. There, Bruce identified, pointing to an anomaly in the bedrock beneath what was now the financial district. That regular pattern doesn't match natural cave formation. It's too symmetrical. Alfred enhanced the image, revealing what appeared to be a series of connected chambers, approximately 60 feet beneath the current street level. Indeed, sir. And if I overlay the historical map of 1870s Gotham, the system displayed the old city grid superimposed on the modern layout. The mysterious chambers aligned perfectly beneath what had once been called Founders Court, a plaza surrounded by the original manor houses of Gotham's elite families, including the original Wayne residence. The central library sits at the eastern edge of this area, Bruce noted. The Riddler's explosives were positioned to breach into a tunnel system that would have connected to these chambers. "What do you believe is down there, sir?" Alfred asked quietly. Bruce leaned back, considering the possibilities. Historical artifacts, perhaps. Records the founding families wanted suppressed. Or something more tangible, evidence of activities they wanted to hide from public scrutiny. The original sin of Gotham, Oracle suggested. Every city has its dark founding myths, but in Gotham's case, the myths might be documented fact, Bruce finished, and the Riddler intends to expose whatever it is. He stood, a decision made. I need to access those chambers before Nigma does. If they contain something dangerous, either physically or in terms of information, it needs to be secured properly, not exposed as part of one of his games. "How do you propose to proceed, sir?" Alfred inquired. "The chambers appear to lie beneath some of Gotham's most densely developed real estate." Bruce returned to the historical documents, searching for anything that might indicate an entry point that wouldn't require excavating through 60 feet of Gotham bedrock. The founders would have needed a way to access the chambers discreetly, he reasoned. Something hidden, but accessible to those who knew where to look. After nearly an hour of methodical searching through architectural plans and personal correspondence, Bruce found a promising lead in a letter from Solomon Wayne to Theodore, dated 1868. "The matter of access to the repository has been resolved. The shaft has been incorporated into the new bank building's foundation, disguised as a utility service tunnel. The entrance mechanism is keyed to the sequence we discussed, ensuring only those with proper knowledge may enter. Regular inspection is advised, though I pray the need to access the contents remains theoretical rather than practical." Bruce cross-referenced this with the original plans for old Gotham National Bank, now Gotham First Financial, one of the city's oldest continuously operating institutions. The current building had been renovated multiple times over the decades, but its original foundation remained largely intact. "I've found our entry point," he informed Alfred and Oracle. "The original utility tunnels beneath Gotham First Financial. According to these records, they contain a disguised access shaft leading to the chamber system." "Curiously convenient timing, sir," Alfred observed. "Gotham First Financial is currently undergoing renovation of its historic lobby. The building is closed to regular business for the next 2 weeks." Bruce nodded, already anticipating the next phase of investigation. Perfect cover for accessing the tunnels without public notice. But we need to move quickly. The Riddler will have made the same connections we have. "I should note, sir," Alfred added, "that whatever these chambers contain, they were hidden by your ancestors. There may be personal implications to their discovery. Bruce met Alfred's concerned gaze with steady resolve. The Wayne legacy includes both achievements and failures, Alfred. I've never shied away from either. If my family helped conceal something that shouldn't have remained hidden, that's all the more reason for me to be the one to address it. He turned back to the historical documents, searching for any further clues about what might await in the hidden chambers beneath Gotham. Whatever secrets the founding families had buried, whatever knowledge they had deemed too dangerous for public consumption, it would soon come to light, either through his controlled investigation or the Riddler's chaotic revelation. And in Gotham, long-buried secrets rarely emerged without consequences. The following night found Batman deep beneath Gotham First Financial, navigating utility tunnels that had been old when Bruce Wayne's grandfather was young. The bank's renovation had provided the perfect opportunity to access these seldom visited substructures without attracting attention. Structural scan shows you're approaching the area consistent with Solomon Wayne's description. Oracle's voice came through the comm. The access shaft should be within the next 30 meters. Batman moved carefully through the cramped tunnel, his cowl's enhanced vision illuminating decades of dust and cobwebs. The space showed signs of periodic maintenance. Modern electrical conduits and fiber optic cables had been installed alongside the original water and gas pipes, but human presence was clearly infrequent. Someone's been here recently, Batman observed, noting disruptions in the dust layer on the floor. Within the last 48 hours. The Riddler, Oracle suggested. Possibly. Batman followed the faint trail, alert for traps or surveillance devices. Nigma was thorough, but his ego often demanded an audience for his discoveries. He might have left clues, deliberately, breadcrumbs for Batman to follow. The tunnel opened into a small maintenance junction where several utility lines converged. The space was barely large enough for Batman to stand upright, its walls lined with ancient brick and mortar that had darkened with age and moisture. This matches the location described in Solomon's letter, Batman confirmed, examining the junction carefully. The access mechanism should be disguised as part of the utility infrastructure. He traced the outline of an old water main that appeared non-functional, disconnected from the active system but still protruding from the wall. Unlike the other pipes, which showed signs of modern maintenance, this one retained its original brass fittings, now green with verdigris. Batman examined these fittings more closely. What appeared at first glance to be standard valve handles were in fact precisely machined components with subtle markings, barely visible beneath decades of corrosion but clear to his cowl's enhanced vision. Each fitting was marked with a single letter, W-C-E-A, the first letters of Gotham's founding families, Wayne, Cobblepot, Elliot, Arkham. A combination lock disguised as infrastructure, Batman realized. The sequence mentioned in Solomon's letter. The historical research had yielded no explicit mention of this sequence, but Bruce had developed a theory based on the pattern of meetings recorded in Theodore Wayne's journal. The founding families had followed a specific rotation for their conclave gatherings, always in the same order. Arkham hosting first, followed by Cobblepot, Elliot, and finally Wayne. Batman rotated the fittings in that sequence, A-C-E-W. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a faint hydraulic hiss that suggested some self-maintaining mechanism still functioned after all these years, a section of the brick floor slid aside, revealing a vertical shaft with iron rungs embedded in its wall. "I have found the access point," Batman informed Oracle. "Proceed." The shaft descended approximately 60 feet, consistent with the geological survey data. Batman descended carefully, alert for any deterioration in the ancient structure. The iron rungs, while corroded, held firm under his weight. At the bottom, the shaft opened into a short tunnel that ended at a massive iron door, a barrier clearly designed for both security and symbolic weight. The door bore the same letters as the access mechanism above, WCEAA, but here they surrounded an intricate engraving of Gotham as it had appeared in the 1870s, the buildings rendered in meticulous detail. Batman examined the door for traps or alarm systems, but found none. The founders had relied on secrecy rather than active security, confident that the location of their depository would remain known only to those they deemed worthy. The lock mechanism was impressive even by modern standards, a complex combination of gears and counterweights that would require specific knowledge to operate. But here again, the Riddler had preceded him. The mechanism showed signs of recent manipulation, and the door stood slightly ajar. "The Riddler's already been here," Batman reported, pushing the door open carefully. Beyond lay a sight that momentarily froze him in place. A vast circular chamber, its high ceiling supported by Gothic arches that echoed the architectural style of old Gotham's grand buildings. The space was illuminated by soft light emanating from what appeared to be gas lamps, though they now clearly operated on electricity, another sign of periodic maintenance over the decades. The chamber's walls were lined with bookshelf after bookshelf, each filled with leather-bound volumes, stacked papers, and artifacts carefully arranged and labeled. At the center stood a massive round table of dark wood, surrounded by 4 ornate chairs, each bearing the crest of one of the founding families. And seated in the chair marked with the Wayne family crest was Edward Nygma, the Riddler, casually leafing through an ancient ledger. "Right on schedule, Batman," he remarked without looking up. "Though I expected you yesterday. Losing your edge, perhaps?" Batman stepped fully into the chamber, taking in the full scope of what the founding families had created. Not a simple storage vault, but a complete hidden library and meeting space. "What is this place, Nygma?" The Riddler closed the ledger carefully and stood, gesturing expansively around the chamber. "This, my cowled competitor, is Gotham's true historical record. The unvarnished, unedited account of how our fair city came to be and the price paid for its prosperity." He walked along the shelves, running his fingers reverently over the spines of ancient books. The founding families created a public narrative of Gotham's establishment, noble pioneers building a city of progress and opportunity. But here, in what they called the repository of necessary secrets, they kept the actual history, the one too uncomfortable for public consumption. Batman moved cautiously into the space, maintaining distance from the Riddler while scanning the room for tricks or traps. What kind of history? "The best kind," Nygma replied with evident delight. "The kind people kill to conceal." He gestured toward a particular section of shelving. "Original land acquisitions achieved through fraud and murder, systematic exploitation of immigrant labor, fortunes built on smuggling, extortion, and worth." He moved to another shelf. "Detailed records of payments to criminal organizations to maintain order in working-class neighborhoods. Evidence of collusion between the founders to manipulate markets and crush competitors." His voice took on a theatrical quality. "The very DNA of Gotham's corruption, documented by the perpetrators themselves." Batman began to understand. They created this chamber to hide evidence of their crimes while maintaining a historical record for their descendants. Precisely. The Riddler seemed genuinely pleased by Batman's comprehension. A fascinating psychological study, isn't it? Too principled to destroy the evidence of their misdeeds entirely, too pragmatic to expose it publicly. So they created this, a hidden repository where the truth could exist without threatening their carefully constructed public legacies. He returned to the central table, tapping its surface with his question mark cane. And they maintained it for generations. Each family appointed a custodian, someone who knew the location and access methods, who performed maintenance and occasionally added new material as Gotham's growth continued to require uncomfortable compromises. Batman approached one of the shelves, examining leather-bound journals labeled with years spanning from Gotham's founding through the early 20th century. The custodians continued documenting Gotham's hidden history until approximately 1940, the Riddler confirmed, when the practice mysteriously ceased. The last entry in the custodial record indicates a fundamental disagreement among the appointed representatives about the continued necessity of the repository. Batman considered this information carefully. The 1940s marked a transition point in Gotham's history, the beginning of its transformation from an industrial powerhouse to a more diverse economic center. It was also when the original founding families began to lose their monolithic control over the city's development. And now you plan to expose it all, Batman surmised, to reveal the hidden corruption at Gotham's foundation. The Riddler's expression was surprisingly contemplative. That was my initial intention, yes. A grand revelation, a city forced to confront its true nature. He gestured around the chamber. But having spent time with these records, I've developed a more nuanced perspective. Batman remained skeptical, meaning that raw exposure of these truths would certainly destroy reputations, topple institutions, and create chaos. But would it actually improve Gotham? The Riddler shrugged. Debatable, and mere chaos has never been my objective. Intellectual stimulation, yes. The triumph of reason over hypocrisy, absolutely, but not simple destruction. He picked up the ledger he had been reading when Batman arrived. Besides, the most fascinating aspect of these records isn't the documentation of historical wrongs. It's the evolution of the custodian's thinking over generations. The early entries are coldly pragmatic, almost proud of the necessary evils committed to build Gotham. But over time, subsequent custodians exhibit increasing moral discomfort, attempts at reparation, efforts to guide the city toward better principles without exposing its tainted origins. Batman approached the central table, studying the four chairs with their family crests. His gaze lingered momentarily on the Wayne chair, where Nigma had been sitting, an intentional provocation, no doubt. You're suggesting that later generations tried to atone for the Founder's actions, Batman said, returning his attention to the Riddler. Not just atone, transform, Nigma clarified, opening the ledger to a specific page. Listen to this entry from 1923, written by Jonathan Wayne. While we cannot undo the methods by which Gotham was established, we can guide its future development toward justice and opportunity for all its citizens. The wealth we inherited carries an obligation to improve the city our ancestors built through such questionable means. Batman recognized the sentiment. It echoed principles that had been passed down through his own family, though without the explicit acknowledgement of historical wrongs. Thomas Wayne had raised Bruce with a deep sense of responsibility toward Gotham, a commitment to using the family's resources for the city's betterment. The Wayne Foundation, Batman observed. Its charitable mission began in that era. Precisely. The Riddler closed the ledger carefully. The same pattern appears in the Elliot family records. the establishment of Gotham General Hospital as a form of institutional penance. Even the Cobblepots showed occasional glimmers of conscience before their line descended into more avian eccentricities. Only the Arkhams seemed exempt from this evolution towards civic responsibility. Their family history had taken a darker turn with the establishment of the asylum that bore their name, an institution originally conceived as a progressive approach to mental health that had devolved into something far more sinister over generations. "So what do you intend to do with this knowledge?" Batman asked, circling the table slowly, maintaining a tactical awareness of the chamber's layout. The Riddler's smile was enigmatic. "That's the real riddle, isn't it? These records represent power, the power to destroy reputations, undermine institutions, rewrite Gotham's understanding of itself. But wielded clumsily, such power becomes mere destruction." He tapped his temple thoughtfully. "I prefer precision, calculated effect, maximum intellectual impact." Batman didn't trust this philosophical tone. Nigma was building towards something, some revelation or scheme that would satisfy his need for intellectual dominance. "Your plan," Batman prompted directly. "So impatient," the Riddler chided. "Very well. I intend to create a puzzle, a grand city-wide intellectual challenge. Select pieces of this historical record, encoded and hidden throughout Gotham at locations significant to its development, each piece revealing part of the city's true foundation, each solution leading to the next revelation." He spread his hands, warming to his concept. "Those intelligent enough to follow the trail, to solve each riddle, will gradually reconstruct Gotham's hidden history, not as a sudden, destructive revelation, but as a progressive enlightenment. A worthy challenge for worthy minds. And you appointed yourself arbiter of who deserves this knowledge," Batman observed. "I created the means by which they can prove themselves deserving," the Riddler corrected. "An important distinction. I'm not withholding truth. I'm establishing a worthy pathway to it." Batman considered the implications. The Riddler's plan was characteristically grandiose, feeding his sense of intellectual superiority while creating the elaborate game structure he craved. But it would also effectively filter and slow the dissemination of potentially destructive historical revelations, allowing Gotham to process its complicated past gradually rather than through a single catastrophic exposure. "You've already removed documents from this chamber," Batman surmised, noting gaps in the otherwise meticulous organization of the shelves. "Selectively," the Riddler confirmed, "just enough to construct my historical treasure hunt. The most sensational, the most potentially damaging remains here." He gestured around the chamber. "Consider it a gesture of civic responsibility." The claim of benevolent intent rang hollow, coming from a man who had threatened to destroy the Central Library mere days ago. But Batman recognized that the Riddler's obsession with intellectual challenge sometimes overrode his more destructive impulses. If he genuinely believed his puzzle would be more stimulating than simple exposure, he might actually follow through on this more measured approach. "And your game begins when?" Batman asked. "It already has." The Riddler's smile widened. "The first clue was published in this morning's Gotham Gazette crossword puzzle, subtle enough to attract only the most observant minds, but clear enough for those who truly see patterns." Batman had expected something like this. The Riddler couldn't resist beginning his game even while still explaining it. His pathology demanded constant intellectual competition, constant validation of his self-perceived genius. "The repository itself remains undisturbed," Batman stated, making it clear this was a requirement, not a question. "For now," The Riddler agreed, though its existence is the ultimate revelation at the end of my puzzle path. Those who complete the entire intellectual journey will learn of this place, but by then they will have demonstrated the discernment to use such knowledge responsibly. He paused, studying Batman's impassive expression. Unless you intend to seal it away again? Continue the Founder's tradition of selective historical amnesia? The question was pointed, designed to provoke. The Riddler was attempting to force Batman into a moral dilemma: become complicit in continuing the historical cover-up, or allow potentially destructive truths to emerge. This knowledge needs proper context, Batman replied carefully. Historical perspective, academic oversight. How diplomatic, the Riddler observed dryly. If you're suggesting university historians and archivists instead of my puzzle, I'm afraid I can't accommodate such a mundane approach. The game has begun. The first minds are already engaging with my initial clue. Batman knew better than to attempt a direct confrontation over the documents Nigma had already removed. A physical clash in this chamber could damage irreplaceable historical records, and the Riddler had undoubtedly prepared contingencies for such an attempt. Your game proceeds, for now, Batman conceded, but I'll be monitoring every step, any escalation, any shift toward destruction rather than revelation, and I will shut it down. I would expect nothing less, the Riddler replied, seeming almost pleased by the challenge. Your participation enhances the game's significance. The detective versus the Riddler, a worthy intellectual contest running parallel to the public puzzle. He checked his watch, an anachronistically old-fashioned pocket watch that matched the chamber's historical aesthetic. And now, I believe our meeting has reached its natural conclusion. You've confirmed the repository's existence, glimpsed its contents, and understood my intentions. What happens next depends on how quickly you can interpret my clues, and whether you choose to solve them or disrupt them. Batman remained still, evaluating options. Apprehending the Riddler now would prevent further implementation of his plan, but it wouldn't address the documents already hidden throughout Gotham, or the puzzle already set in motion. And there was a practical consideration. The repository itself needed securing, documenting, protecting from less scrupulous individuals who might learn of its existence. We're not finished, Nigma, Batman stated firmly. On the contrary, the Riddler countered, we're just beginning a new chapter in our ongoing intellectual rivalry. He backed toward a section of the chamber's wall that appeared identical to the surrounding stonework, but that Batman now noticed contained subtle differences in the mortar pattern. The repository has multiple exit routes. The founding families were nothing if not thorough in their contingency planning. Batman didn't move to intercept him. Whatever you believe you're accomplishing with this game, remember that Gotham's welfare comes before your ego. My ego? The Riddler's expression showed genuine amusement, coming from a man who dresses as a bat to terrify criminals, glass houses, dark night. He pressed a sequence of stones in the wall, causing a previously invisible door to slide open. Solve the puzzle, Batman. Follow the historical breadcrumbs. You might learn something about your city, and perhaps about your own legacy as well. With that parting shot, he slipped through the opening, which sealed seamlessly behind him, once again appearing as solid wall. Batman immediately examined the section where the Riddler had disappeared, finding the pressure mechanism that controlled the hidden door, but he didn't activate it. Pursuing Nigma through the maze of tunnels that likely connected to this chamber would mean leaving the repository unattended, its contents vulnerable. Oracle, he subvocalized into his comm, I need a security protocol for this location. Historical documents of significant importance, potentially disruptive if mishandled. How extensive is the collection? Oracle asked. Batman surveyed the chamber methodically. approximately 3,000 volumes and document collections, records dating from Gotham's founding through the early 20th century. The hidden history of the city's development, including evidence of criminal activity by the founding families. Oracle was silent for a moment, processing this revelation. Including the Waynes? Yes. Batman's response was measured, factual, along with the Cobblepots, Elliots, and Arkhams, the complete undocumented history of how Gotham was built. I'll develop a security and preservation protocol, Oracle confirmed. But Bruce, this is major. Historical revelations of this magnitude could have serious implications for modern Gotham, politically, economically, socially. I'm aware. Batman approached the Wayne family chair at the central table, touching its carved crest briefly. But that's not our immediate concern. The Riddler has already removed select documents and incorporated them into some kind of city-wide historical puzzle. We need to track his movements, identify what he took, and monitor the progression of his game. The Gazette crossword, Oracle noted. I'll obtain a copy and begin analysis. What's your next move? Batman was already examining the chamber's shelving system, noting the specific gaps where documents had been removed. I'm going to create a preliminary inventory of what remains, then secure this location with temporary measures until we can implement something more comprehensive. His Cowl's camera system would allow him to document the chamber's contents efficiently, creating a digital record that could be analyzed later. But as he began this process, his attention was repeatedly drawn to the central table, to the 4 chairs representing Gotham's founding families, and particularly to the one bearing his own family crest. Whatever revelations this hidden repository contained about the Wayne family's past, Bruce would need to confront them directly. His commitment to justice had always been absolute, even when that justice might touch his own legacy, his own family's reputation. For now, though, the priority was securing this historical knowledge and tracking the Riddler's puzzle before it could spiral into something more dangerous than an intellectual challenge. The following evening found Batman on the rooftop of the Gotham Gazette building, a copy of the previous day's newspaper spread before him as he conferred with Nightwing, who had returned to Gotham temporarily to assist with the unusual situation. The crossword contains a hidden message, Batman explained, indicating specific entries in the puzzle. When the correct letters are arranged according to the numbered clues in the upper margin, they spell out, "Gateway where fortune first flowed." Nightwing studied the cryptic message. The old customs house at the harbor. That's where Gotham's first trading fortunes were established. That's the obvious interpretation, Batman agreed, which means it's likely a misdirection. The Riddler's historical research would have shown him that Gotham's first significant wealth came not through legitimate trade, but through smuggling operations controlled by the founding families. So, we're looking for a location connected to historical smuggling, Nightwing concluded. The harbor tunnels beneath the Diamond District. They were originally built by rum runners during Prohibition. Batman shook his head. Too recent. The clue references Gotham's earliest period of wealth accumulation, the 1830s to 1850s. According to the repository records, the founding families established a hidden contraband warehouse beneath what is now Old Gotham Square. Nightwing's expression betrayed his surprise at Batman's historical knowledge. The repository really contains all this information? Documented evidence of the founders' criminal activities? Meticulously documented, Batman confirmed. The families kept detailed records of their illicit operations, protected by the understanding that the documents would remain sealed in the repository. accessible only to designated family custodians. Including the Waynes, Nightwing observed carefully. Batman's expression remained impassive. Solomon and Theodore Wayne were active participants in the founding consortiums, including their illegal activities. Later generations attempted to redirect the family's influence toward more legitimate and beneficial endeavors. Nightwing knew better than to press the personal implications of this revelation. Instead, he refocused on the tactical situation. So we check Old Gotham Square for the next clue in the Riddler's game. I've already analyzed the location, Batman replied. The original warehouse space has been built over multiple times, but part of it remains accessible through the subway maintenance tunnels. I found this there. He produced a sealed glass bottle containing what appeared to be an aged parchment, a replica of a 19th century smuggling manifest, but with certain entries circled in green ink. Authentic period design, but modified with the Riddler's clue, Nightwing noted as he examined the bottle. Clever presentation. Batman carefully opened the bottle and extracted the document. The circled entries are all shipments received by Maxwell Cobblepot between 1842 and 1845. Items described as specialty medical supplies, but valued far beyond standard medical equipment of the period. Smuggled pharmaceuticals, Nightwing suggested. Opium and its derivatives, Batman confirmed. The Cobblepot family's first significant fortune came from controlling Gotham's early drug trade, marketed as medical necessities, but primarily sold for recreational use among Gotham's elite. He indicated the final entry on the manifest, which had been circled twice and annotated with a small question mark. This references a shipment delivered to the Rookery, Maxwell Cobblepot's original estate, which later became the site of Blackgate Prison. Nightwing grasped the implication immediately. So the next clue is hidden somewhere in Blackgate. That's bold, even for the Riddler. Not necessarily inside the prison itself, Batman clarified. The original Cobblepot estate extended beyond the current prison grounds, including areas that are now part of the public park on the island. He resealed the document in its bottle carefully. This artifact, like the others the Riddler had created for his historical treasure hunt, would eventually need to be preserved alongside the original repository materials, a modern extension of Gotham's hidden historical record. I've notified Commissioner Gordon about the Riddler's game, Batman continued. Not the full details about the repository, but enough to ensure police awareness of potential historical sites being disturbed or accessed. How do you want to handle this? Nightwing asked. Track down all the clues ourselves, or monitor those who are solving the puzzle? Both, Batman decided. I'll continue following the direct trail. You establish surveillance on known puzzle enthusiasts who might be engaged with the Riddler's challenge. Oracle has identified several individuals who responded to coded messages in online forums that match the Riddler's linguistic patterns. Nightwing nodded, accepting the assignment. And the repository itself, it's secure? I've implemented preliminary protection measures, Batman confirmed. Alfred is coordinating with discreet conservation experts to develop a proper preservation protocol for the documents. Experts who understand the need for confidentiality. The question of what would ultimately happen to the repository and its revelations remained unspoken between them. Both understood that Batman, Bruce Wayne, would need to make difficult decisions about how or whether to integrate these historical truths into Gotham's public understanding of itself. We should move, Batman said, gathering the newspaper and the bottled clue. Blackgate's visitor hours end at sunset. We'll need to access the park area after dark. As they prepared to depart the rooftop, Nightwing hesitated. Bruce, Whatever we find through this puzzle, whatever the repository reveals about the past, it doesn't change who you are or what you've done for Gotham." Batman paused, his silhouette stark against the twilight sky. "Every legacy contains complicated truths, Dick. The Wayne family is no exception." After a moment, he added, "But you're right. We're defined by our own choices, not those of our ancestors." With that acknowledgement, as close to personal vulnerability as Batman typically allowed himself during a mission, they departed the rooftop, moving toward Blackgate Island and the next piece in the Riddler's historical puzzle. Over the next week, Batman methodically tracked and solved each clue in the Riddler's elaborate historical treasure hunt. The trail led from Blackgate to the foundations of Gotham Cathedral, then to a forgotten cornerstone in the original Wayne Tower, followed by a hidden compartment in the oldest exhibit at the Gotham Museum of Natural History. Each location revealed a new fragment of Gotham's hidden past. The cathedral's construction funded by money laundered from human trafficking operations. The original Wayne enterprises established using financial techniques that would now be considered market manipulation and fraud. The museum built to house cultural artifacts that had actually been stolen from indigenous communities displaced by Gotham's expansion. The historical revelations were presented carefully, academically, the Riddler displaying uncharacteristic restraint in his curation of these uncomfortable truths. Each document or artifact was accompanied by contextual information that placed the historical wrongs within the complex reality of 19th century development. The effect was educational rather than sensationalistic, challenging rather than accusatory. Other participants in the puzzle were following the same trail. Batman occasionally encountered them at the various historical sites. University professors, amateur historians, puzzle enthusiasts, investigative journalists. The Riddler had indeed structured his challenge to attract minds that might approach these revelations with appropriate perspective. The final clue, discovered beneath the oldest bench in Gotham's Robinson Park, directed solvers to return to the beginning, where knowledge sleeps in darkness, waiting for worthy minds to illuminate its pages. The Gotham Central Library. The puzzle had come full circle. Batman arrived at the library after closing hours, entering through the same service entrance he had used during the initial confrontation with the Riddler. The building had reopened to the public 3 days earlier, security enhancements completed and bomb damage repaired. He made his way to the rare book room, expecting to find the Riddler's final revelation there, perhaps some document or artifact that would direct the puzzle solvers to the repository itself, or at least hint at its existence. Instead, he found Dr. Eleanor Ambrose waiting beside the display case that had once held the Gotham Codex. "I wondered if you would come," she said calmly. "Several others have already been here today, following the historical puzzle trail." Batman regarded her with careful assessment. "You're part of this. You've been working with the Riddler." Dr. Ambrose smiled faintly. "Not exactly with him. Let's say our interests temporarily aligned, though our methods differ considerably." She removed a key from around her neck, an old-fashioned brass key that matched the historical aesthetic of the repository, and unlocked a previously invisible drawer beneath the display case. "I am the current custodian of the Arkham family legacy," she explained, withdrawing a leather folder from the drawer. "My grandmother was born Eleanor Arkham, though she'd changed her name during the 1950s, when the family's association with the asylum became problematic." Batman processed this revelation. "You're the last active custodian of the repository. The only active custodian for nearly 30 years, she confirmed. The Wayne family's designated representative stopped participating after Thomas Wayne's death." The Cobblepot line's involvement ended with Oswald's grandfather's commitment to the asylum. The Elliots withdrew officially in 1988. She opened the folder, revealing a handwritten ledger similar to those Batman had seen in the repository. I've maintained the records alone, performed the minimal maintenance required to preserve the documents, but I'm the last of my line with knowledge of the repository's existence and purpose. So you manipulated the Riddler, Batman surmised, fed him information about the Nashton Journal and the Gotham Codex, knowing his obsession with puzzles and hidden knowledge would lead him to the repository. Dr. Ambrose's expression remained composed, professional. I provided access to materials that I knew would interest him. His discovery of the repository's existence and location was his own accomplishment, as was his decision to create this historical treasure hunt, rather than expose everything at once. Why? Batman asked directly. Because history deserves witnesses, she replied simply. Because knowledge, even uncomfortable knowledge, should not die in darkness. The repository was created to hide truth, yes, but also to preserve it. As the last custodian, I had to ensure that preservation would continue beyond my lifetime. She closed the folder carefully, returning it to the hidden drawer. The Riddler's ego made him the perfect instrument for controlled revelation. His puzzle structure ensured that only those with the patience and intellect to approach history responsibly would discover the most sensitive truths. A dangerous gamble, Batman observed. Perhaps, she acknowledged, but less dangerous than allowing the repository to fade from all memory, or having its contents discovered by someone with truly destructive intentions. She studied Batman's impassive expression. You've secured the chamber, I assume? Yes. Good. She nodded with apparent satisfaction. Then the knowledge is protected for now, and those who have completed the Riddler's puzzle have gained a more nuanced understanding of Gotham's foundations. Complicated, morally ambiguous, but essential to comprehending the city's present realities. Batman considered Dr. Ambrose with new perspective. As a librarian, her commitment to knowledge preservation made sense, but this calculated manipulation of the Riddler revealed strategic thinking worthy of much closer attention. The final revelation, Batman prompted. What does the Riddler's puzzle ultimately lead to? Dr. Ambrose reached into her pocket and withdrew a small, aged key. This, the original master key to the repository, created by Solomon Wayne himself. A symbolic gesture more than a practical tool. The access mechanisms have been modified over generations. She held it out to Batman. The puzzle leads to this key and a riddle. What lies beneath Gotham's heart is not gold but truth, buried by those who built our present upon a foundation they wished forgotten. Seek not the treasure, but the knowledge, if you dare to see your city with unclouded eyes. Batman took the key, recognizing its craftsmanship as consistent with Solomon Wayne's other known artifacts. The puzzle solvers received this, but no direct information about the repository's location. Correct, Dr. Ambrose confirmed. The Riddler and I agreed on that limitation. The key and riddle suggest the existence of hidden historical knowledge, but finding the actual repository would require substantial additional research and insight, a final filter to ensure only the most dedicated scholars might eventually locate it. And now, Batman asked, what role do you see for yourself going forward? Dr. Ambrose straightened her glasses with the same precise gesture Batman had noticed during their first encounter. I've done what was necessary to ensure the repository's continued relevance. Its future is now in other hands, including yours. She regarded him steadily. The Wayne family has always played a central role in Gotham's development, both its darkest chapters and its most noble aspirations. It seems fitting that responsibility for these historical truths should return to Wayne oversight. The implication was clear, she knew, whether through careful historical research or more direct insight, Dr. Ambrose understood Batman's connection to the Wayne legacy. History requires proper context, Batman said after a moment. These revelations about Gotham's founding, they need careful handling. Agreed, Dr. Ambrose replied, which is why I've spent my career specializing in historical contextualization and ethical archival practices. She smiled faintly. I'm not retiring, Batman. I'm simply sharing a burden that has become too significant for any single custodian. Batman recognized the wisdom in this approach. Dr. Ambrose had dedicated her professional life to knowledge preservation and responsible disclosure. Her expertise would be invaluable in determining how to integrate the repository's revelations into Gotham's historical understanding. A partnership, then, he acknowledged, to preserve the knowledge while ensuring its proper context. Precisely. She seemed pleased by his understanding, beginning with a complete digital archiving of the repository's contents, secured appropriately, of course, but ensuring the information survives regardless of what happens to the physical documents. This aligned with measures Batman had already begun implementing through Oracle. The digitization would allow for careful analysis of the historical record before any decisions about broader accessibility were made. And the Riddler? Batman asked. He still holds documents removed from the repository, which he has agreed to return once his puzzle reaches its conclusion, Dr. Ambrose stated. Whether he honors that agreement remains to be seen, but the material he selected was carefully chosen for its historical rather than sensational value. Batman wasn't convinced the Riddler would relinquish his historical prizes so easily, but that was a problem for another night. For now, the immediate crisis had been contained, the repository secured, its revelations channeled into educational rather than destructive purposes. I'll be in touch regarding the archiving process, Batman told Dr. Ambrose as he prepared to depart. She nodded. I expected nothing less. The Wayne commitment to Gotham has been the city's one true constant, through its darkest periods and its most promising renewals. As Batman disappeared into the shadows of the rare book room, her final words followed him, a reminder that legacies, like histories, were complex tapestries of darkness and light, of failures and redemptions woven together across generations. 2 nights later, Bruce Wayne stood alone in the repository chamber, cowl removed, examining the space, not as Batman, but as the inheritor of one of the legacies documented in these hidden archives. Alfred had accompanied him initially, helping to install additional security and preservation systems, but had tactfully withdrawn to allow Bruce privacy for this more personal exploration. The central table with its 4 ornate chairs dominated the space, a physical manifestation of the power once wielded by Gotham's founding families. Bruce approached the Wayne chair slowly, the weight of his family's complicated history palpable in this underground chamber. He had spent hours reviewing the digital copies of the Wayne family records from the repository, journal entries from Solomon and Theodore documenting business practices that ranged from merely unethical to outright criminal, ledgers tracking profits from enterprises built on exploitation and corruption, letters discussing political manipulations that had shaped Gotham's early development. But he had also found evidence of evolution, the gradual awakening of conscience in later generations, the redirecting of Wayne resources towards civic improvement, the establishment of panthropic initiatives designed to address some of the damage done during the city's founding era. Bruce sat in the Wayne chair, feeling its age-smoothed wood beneath his hands. From this seat, His ancestors had participated in decisions that had laid Gotham's foundation, decisions that had brought prosperity to some through the suffering of others, decisions that had established patterns of power and corruption that still influenced the city's character. From this same seat, later Wayne patriarchs had attempted to guide the family legacy toward redemption, not erasing the past, but acknowledging it privately while working to build a better future. Oracle, Bruce activated his comm status update on the Riddler's puzzle participants. 17 individuals have completed the entire historical trail, Oracle reported. Primarily academics, journalists, and historical researchers. Their discussions in forums and private chats show a nuanced understanding of the revelations, more scholarly interest than sensationalism. And the Riddler himself? No direct activity since delivering the final clue to the library, Oracle replied, but I'm monitoring unusual access to historical archives across Gotham. He's likely researching his next project already. Bruce nodded, unsurprised. The Riddler's intellectual obsessions were never truly satisfied. Each puzzle merely led to the next challenge, the next opportunity to demonstrate his perceived, superior understanding. Dr. Ambrose has submitted a comprehensive preservation proposal, Oracle continued. Her expertise is impressive. She's been preparing for this transition for years, developing protocols specifically designed for ethically managing sensitive historical revelations. Approve it, Bruce decided, and allocate Wayne Foundation resources to support the digital archiving process. Classified project, highest security protocols. As he issued these directives, Bruce opened the ledger before him, the final custodial record, with entries from his grandfather and then his father, ending abruptly with Thomas Wayne's death. The subsequent pages remained blank, decades of official silence while the repository waited in darkness. Bruce took a pen from his pocket and made a simple entry, the current date, followed by custodial responsibility resumed, full digital archiving initiated for preservation purposes. Historical context and ethical disclosure protocols under development. A small act, but symbolically significant. Acknowledgement of both responsibility and continuity, of a legacy accepted in its entirety, including its darkest chapters. The Wayne family, like Gotham itself, had evolved through generations of darkness and light. The revelations contained in this repository didn't negate the good that had been done, just as they didn't erase the wrongs of the past. They simply completed the picture, filled in the shadows that gave dimension and depth to the city's development. As both Batman and Bruce Wayne, he had dedicated his life to addressing Gotham's deepest flaws, the corruption, violence, and inequality that had persisted from its founding into its present. Learning the origins of these patterns didn't change his mission. It merely provided context that might inform more effective approaches. Bruce closed the ledger and stood, surveying the repository one final time before replacing his cowl. The security systems Oracle had designed would protect this historical knowledge until decisions about its proper integration into public understanding could be made. The partnership with Dr. Ambrose would ensure scholarly integrity in that process. And Batman would continue his work above ground, addressing the modern manifestations of Gotham's historical wounds, now with deeper understanding of their origins. As he prepared to depart, Batman's comm activated again. Possible Riddler activity at the Museum of Gotham History, Oracle reported. Security cameras showed green question marks projected onto the building's facade. Batman smiled faintly beneath his cowl. Some patterns remained predictable, the Riddler's ego ensuring that the completion of one puzzle would merely signal the beginning of the next challenge. On my way, he responded, moving toward the repository's exit. Gotham's past might be complicated by difficult truths, but its present challenges continue to demand immediate attention. The balance between historical reckoning and present action was yet another puzzle to be solved, one without simple answers, but with profound implications for the city's future. Batman ascended from the repository chamber, leaving the physical manifestation of Gotham's hidden past secured beneath the city while returning to the streets above, where its legacy continued to play out in patterns of power, corruption, and the persistent struggle for justice. The riddle of Gotham's true nature remained as complex as ever, but now, at least, it could be approached with a more complete understanding of the city's foundations, of the darkness and light that had shaped its character across generations. And in that fuller knowledge might lie the key to Gotham's ultimate redemption, a possibility worth fighting for, regardless of how many riddles remain to be solved along the way. As dawn approached, Batman stood on a gargoyle overlooking the Museum of Gotham History, where the Riddler's projected question marks had faded with the coming light. The immediate provocation had been addressed, another puzzle beginning, another intellectual challenge taking shape, but Batman's thoughts remained with the repository and its revelations about Gotham's founding. The question that had haunted the chamber for generations would now extend to him. How could historical truths be acknowledged while building toward a better future? Perhaps that was the greatest riddle of all, one with no single solution, but with endless possibilities for those willing to confront both darkness and light with clear eyes and determined purpose. Batman turned toward home as the first rays of morning touched Gotham's spires. Today, Bruce Wayne had foundation meetings to attend, decisions to make about ongoing philanthropic initiatives. Tomorrow night, Batman would return to the city's streets, continuing his mission with renewed understanding of the patterns he sought to break. The work continued, as it always had, across generations, through darkness and light, guided by the enduring belief that Gotham's story was still being written, still evolving toward possibilities its founders could never have imagined. And in that continued evolution lay hope. Not for perfection, but for progress. Not for erasure of the past, but for learning from it. Not for simple answers, but for the courage to face complex truths. Batman launched his grappling line toward a neighboring building, swinging through the brightening sky. Behind him, Gotham awakened to another day, carrying its complicated history forward into a future that remained, as always, unwritten. The greatest puzzles had no final solutions, only continuing questions that challenged each generation to find its own answers, to build upon both the failures and achievements of those who came before, to acknowledge shadows while creating light. Batman disappeared into the morning mist, leaving Gotham to its daily rhythms, while preparing, as always, to return when darkness fell again, a guardian shaped by the city's history, but dedicated to its future, navigating the eternal riddle of how justice and redemption might emerge from even the most complicated beginnings. And so our tale of Gotham comes to an end. Let the gentle night embrace you as you drift toward peaceful dreams, knowing that somewhere in the darkness, the Dark Knight watches over his city. If you're not asleep yet, we will now play the ambience of Gotham City at night to help you fall asleep. And if you were just listening to our tales, we will see you next time. Good night and sleep well.